Thank you, everybody. Can you hear me down the back? Good afternoon, and I formally declare open this meeting of the Colac Otway Shire Council, 26th of June 2024. Almighty God, we seek your blessing and guidance in our deliberations on behalf of the people of Colac Otway Shire. Enable this council decisions to be those that contribute to the true welfare and betterment of our community. Amen. I note all councillors are present. We don't have any apologies. I would like to start the afternoon by acknowledging the traditional custodians and lawmakers of this land, their elders past, present, and welcome any descendants here today. Please be advised that this meeting is recorded and live streamed with the exception of confidential matters. This includes the public participation. The live stream recording of this afternoon's meeting will be available on the website as soon as practicable. By participating in open meetings, individuals consent to the use and disclosure of the information they share at the meeting, including any personal and sensitive information. Now moving on to question time. Colac Otway Shire encourages community input, and integral to this is the opportunity provided to ask questions at council meetings. 30 minutes is the allowed time at council meetings. Community members wishing to ask questions of council by video conference were required to register their intention before 5 p.m. on the 24th of June. No requests were received. I have questions in writing from James Judd, Yvonne Francis, Michael Fenton, Tim Cobb and Jason Schramm. These questions will be read out and a response will be provided by the relevant member of the executive management team. In accordance with Council's governance rules, an individual written response will be provided to questions that have not been read out today. All written responses will be available in the minutes on the Colac Otway Shire website once confirmed at the following council meeting. Thank you. We'll now go on to the written questions. First question is from James Judd. The Colac Otway Shire Council's placing of the EV recharge location in Johnson's car park was a very poor decision. It is at a major entry point for vehicles seeking access to the Colac Post Office. This is a very highly used entry point on every workday, especially between 6:30am and 10am, and then again in the afternoon between 2 and 5. Also, it is blocking in total a pedestrian footpath, plus Bromfield Street is a critical street that must be kept clear to allow ambulances to travel to and from Colac Hospital at all times. The siting of the EV recharges will soon be very difficult, if not for cars only. As from the start of 2025, almost all buses will have to be EVs. Also, many commercial vehicles will only be EVs. So any rechargeable site will need to have a large parking area around it. So that would exclude any site in the Colac urban region unless specifically for cars only. All EV recharge sites will need an emergency generator to produce electric power should the power grid fail to deliver electricity. When this has happened multiple times and is possible with every time we have windy or stormy weather. When we most years, at least 2 periods with very strong winds, when these periods can last for weeks at a time. Response from General Manager, Infrastructure and Operations.
Through you, Mayor. This feedback is noted. The EV charging stations installed in council-managed car parks at Colac and Apollo Bay are not intended to be the sole supply of electricity for EV vehicles, but rather is to complement charging facilities elsewhere, including charging at domestic and commercial premises. Electric buses would presumably recharge their batteries at bus depots controlled by the operator. It's particularly important to cater for those vehicles travelling long distances to Colac in EV vehicles. It's not considered necessary to have backup power for the EV chargers when power from the grid is unavailable, noting that the chargers are owned and operated by a private entity.
Question 2 from Mr Judd. Is the Colac Otway Shire Council going to charge people for parking overtime when the length of parking is time required to access the council EV recharge site, as they have to queue to access it? Then can only use it once those before them have completed their recharge. Response from General Manager, Infrastructure and Operations.
Through you, Mayor. Council does not have any current intention to introduce paid car parking. Vehicles parked in the car parks around EV charging stations would need to continue to comply with signed time limits.
Thank you. I have another question from Mr. Judd that was actually asked back in November about volcanic activity, but we'll look at it again, won't take too long. Has the Colac Otway Shire Council done any serious work to know how it could evacuate people from parts of this shire in a hurry? Should we ever again have an earthquake or any dormant volcanoes in this region become active? It is only a few thousand years since the last volcano ceased being active, so they are far from being dead. Do not forget, very much of Greater Melbourne is constructed on lands that result from massive lava flows from volcanoes. If we are again to have a renewal of earthquake or volcanic activity, there are not always only after pre-warning given. Response, General Manager, Infrastructure and Operations.
Through you, Mayor. The state government would be the incident controller for emergencies of this type. It would be responsible for safe evacuation and have plans for how this would be undertaken. Council acts to support agencies such as the Victoria Police in such situations through its relief and recovery operations, but isn't the control agency.
Question 4. As the Colac Otway Shire Council gave no genuine advance notice of works at Johnson's car park, please explain how the Colac Otway Shire Council can put up a council-controlled EV recharge site on a footpath and block all pedestrians' access to the footpath for a period of time. Response, General Manager, Infrastructure and Operations.
Through you, Mayor. Council considers that the location of the EV charger at Johnson's car park is appropriate. It's unclear how this charger and associated parking spaces is blocking pedestrian access, as it's cited in the position of previous car parking spaces.
Will the Colac Otway, question 5 from Mr. Judd, will the Colac Otway Shire Council be handing down a definite decision on the investigation into aged pension persons and disability services before this council enters into the caretaker mode prior to the council elections in 2024? As it has been reported that the state government has advanced the dates the caretaker period starts to 12 noon on Tuesday the 17th of September 24. Plus it has also advanced the date prospective councillors must register to be included in the 2024 council elections. Unless the September council meeting is brought forward, no binding decision can be made after the August council meeting until after the new council is elected and sworn into office. As we will have at least one new councillor post-elections in 2024, plus new councillors are likely to demand full briefing on the investigation on this matter before voting on it, it could be unlikely to make a decision with a new councillor until 2025. Also, the risk remains that after the elections, the number of councillors who could be claimed to have a pecuniary interest could make it impossible to find a quorum to vote on this item. So any decision could be delayed until after the following council elections at the earliest. What was advised to clients of these services following committee meeting in May 2024 that you would keep these services was false. You had only decided not to ditch these services but had to prove to the area to investigate to 2 areas depending on what you decided to do could have a major impact on the cost to clients if they remained a client. When you have kept some staff and clients waiting for a decision for a long over 1 year now since you first sent out notices about this investigation. Response from General Manager, Corporate Services.
Through you, Mayor, it's proposed at this stage that a report be presented to the council meeting in July 2024 to get a decision on which of the 2 remaining options council wishes to pursue, either to continue to provide some services or to continue to provide all services.
Thank you, Mr. Tenney. I now have some questions from Yvonne Francis. This month, the Colac Herald has exposed plans to trade superphosphate and up to 20,000 live cattle on barged with King Island by Bass Strait Freight, and the application of the harbour for a food and beverage operation for 21 years into the future. And so I ask, what animal welfare investigations have been completed to cover this idea? And 2, what prudential and economic investigations have been made into the impacts on local roads and the amenity of normal business and daily life on the Apollo Bay's community, covering issues such as noise pollution, smells, pressure on roads, ability of the harbour to cope with the situation and taxpayer funding of more detrimental outcomes for our population based on tourism and elderly recreation, and the cost to us all as taxpayers in supporting yet another industry that fails to make a profit, like the logging activities that continues in spite of the reaction of the Otway National Park and impacts on clear water and biodiversity extinctions. A response from General Manager Corporate Services.
Through you, Mayor, Council's currently the Port Manager. Its responsibilities include the assessment and management of safety risks in the operation of the port. On the 8th of January, Bass Strait Freight told Council that it proposed to bring a ship into the port as a trial. The Harbour Master requested information to support that proposal. Bass Strait Freight did not provide the information requested. On the 17th of January 2024, the Harbour Master made a direction prohibiting Bass Strait Freight's cargo ships from coming in because of concerns in relation to the safety of the port infrastructure, potential safety risks to other users, and risks to the environment. The risks related to the proposed operation using the ships Matthew Flinders 3 and Matthew Flinders 4 are not able to be mitigated to an appropriate level. This includes environmental and safety risks in addition to risks to the port infrastructure. The Harbour Master does not propose to exercise their discretion to amend or revoke that direction at this time. As from next Monday, the 1st of July 2024, management of the Port of Apollo Bay will transfer to the Great Ocean Road Coast and Park Authority. The further consideration of proposals for operations at the port will be a matter for them.
Thank you, Mr Tenney. Now I have a question from Michael Fenton. In regards to the industrial sand extraction site at 165 Bushbys Road, Brongarook, are councillors aware that this extractive industry site within the Bushbys Road residential subdivision has never applied for nor been granted a local planning authority permit, which was mandatory in 1976, to be granted to conduct an extractive industry operation at that location? That planning permit was also a mandatory requirement in 1997 when the EIL licence was migrated to a work authority in 1997. Why in 1997, given the obvious sensitivity of the then established residential nature of the area and the very close proximity to adjoining homes, and also the fact that the operator had no prior planning approval, did the then Colac Otway Shire not require that the then quarry operator to apply for a current planning approval to proceeding to the work authority being granted, and thus allowing for the adjoining residents to be involved in the due process? Given that the existing work authority site is operating under an invalid approval process. Oh no, sorry, that's part of the next question. Given that the existing work authority site is operating under an invalid process, the question 2 is, how can the operator use the 1976 invalid licence and non-existent permits to bypass the now required environmental zoning overlay and protections that the property is under? Response from General Manager Infrastructure and Operations.
Through you, Mayor. As advised previously, Council does not have a record of a planning permit for the quarry and considers that the operation benefits from existing use rights under the planning scheme.
Thank you. I now have a question from Tim Cobb regarding Skeens Creek grant application. Skeens Creek Association applied for a grant to put some historical signs and a seat on some wide road reserves on minor roads at Skeens. Colac Otway Shire is the landowner. I commenced discussion with COS in February before the grants program applications even opened, and last I heard in April, COS had all the information required and was about to give landowners approval in principle. I have had no emails requesting further information since then. I'm disappointed to find that the SCA's grant application is not on the recommended list despite supplying quotes, co-contributions, information on signage, letters of support from other community groups, etc. Question, can Council confirm whether the reason for this is that in 4 months they are unable to decide whether to give an in-principle approval for some signs on their land, or what is the other reasons, if any? Response from General Manager Infrastructure and Operations.
Through you, Mayor. The Community Grants Program will be considered at tonight's Council meeting. Council will provide feedback to the unsuccessful applicants which may assist them with future applications to Council's grants program or to other potential funding opportunities.
Thank you. I now have a question from Vicky Fenton, and it's in regards to the sand extraction operation on 165 Bushbys Road. Doug McNeil has answered previous questions about the origins of the current land use conflict between the residents within the Brongarook Bushbys Road Rural Living Zone. by saying that approvals for both the subdivision and the sand quarry happened decades ago under different regulations. But the fact is the Extractive Industries Act 1966 was in force at the time, and Section 7 of that Act states, "A licence shall not be granted in respect of any of the land for the purposes of carrying out an extractive industry where the land is within the area of a planning scheme, unless a permit under which the land may be used for carrying on that extractive industry has been granted under the Town and Country Planning Act 1961 and is in force." Apart from a change in names, there is not a great difference between the regulations in 1976 and now. Colac Otway Shire granted a planning permit for a major rural residential subdivision at Bushby Road Surrounds in 1976. At the same time, for the same owner, a sand extraction licence was granted in the middle of a rural residential subdivision. A Colac Shire planning scheme was in force at the time, but Colac Otway Shire and now Colac Otway Shire have been unable to produce a planning permit authorising the quarry licence. This is not an existing land use issue. It involves the legal status of the work authority permit derived from the original extracted industry licence. It appears the quarry may be operating illegally, while apart from causing an ongoing noise nuisance verified by a professional independent noise survey commissioned by the affected residents. Question: what action do councillors intend to take to address this disturbing and unacceptable situation? Response from Manager, Infrastructure and Operations.
Through you, Mayor. As noted in a response to a previous question, Council does not have a record of a planning permit for the quarry and considers that the operation benefits from existing use rights under the planning scheme.
Thank you, Mr McNeil. I now have a question from Jason Schramm. When we hear councillors and CEOs say how tight the budget is and the deficit in budget blowout to over $5 million and there is no money to spend, we are suffering just like all you poor ratepayers. How could this council be so irresponsible with public money to waste $40,000 on buying carbon credits tonight? Response, General Manager, Infrastructure and Operations.
Through you, Mayor. Council's resolved to incorporate an ongoing budget allocation for the purchase of carbon offsets when it adopted its budget for 2022-23, and therefore the proposed budget has been developed inclusive of this allowance. Council's resolved on 24th of April 2024 that $25,000 of carbon offsets would be purchased and that no further commitment should be made using the budgeted allowance until Council formally resolves on this matter after the end of the financial year. Councillors will consider the adoption of the budget for 2024-25 at this meeting, and it's not for officers to comment on how Council might determine that budget.
Thanks, Mr McNeil. And a second question, how often does Council pay for construction of access points to private residents?
Through you, Mayor. The construction of crossovers to service new housing is usually the responsibility of private landowners or the developer of land when it's subdivided.
And a third question, can Council give another example where ratepayers pay for road construction costs and purchasing of land to facilitate private land development and give public land for such purposes as it intends to do at the former high school site?
Through you, Mayor. The report in today's agenda considers the purchase of Victorian Government land to facilitate the development of a road in accordance with the draft Colac West Development Plan. While the recommendation is for Council to purchase the land, the developer would reimburse Council for all costs incurred and therefore come at no cost to ratepayers. The reason for this approach is to help facilitate residential development in a more expedient manner, which is a key objective within the Council Plan 2021-25.
Thank you, Mr McNeil. And that concludes our written questions. So now moving to questions from the gallery. Can I have a show of hands, those in the gallery who might want to ask a question today? Thank you. Before we proceed with the questions from the gallery, can I remind everyone that question time is for questions and is not a forum for public debate or statements. When asking a question, can you please state your full name for the minutes? Thank you. Who would like to ask the first question?
Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Arthur Watson. I live in Manifold Street. My concern, and a very serious concern, is the intersections all in Bromfield Street and Murray Street. Most of them are unmarked and very unsafe. Now, I ask why there's 4, 8, 12, 16. There's 20 intersections from Queen Street, this is in Bromfield Street, to Hart Street. Not one is marked, line marked, for pedestrians. Can please somebody tell me why there isn't? Because I was in Melbourne yesterday and I took note of all the pedestrian crossings going through and everyone was marked with white lines on either side, so pedestrians have the right of way to go through and the cars must stop. Now there's a lack of it in Bromfield Street, there's even a lack of it in Murray Street too. Can you please tell me why?
Mr McNeil?
Through you, Mayor. Some councils have created pedestrian crossings where the pedestrians have priority and that's therefore marked on the road. In the situation you've referred to in Bromfield Street, those line markings aren't there and the vehicles have the right of way. But certainly take note of the comments you're making tonight about your concerns about pedestrian safety.
Yeah. Well, I do feel eventually somebody is going to get hit or killed in Bromfield Street, one of those intersections, not too far away. I even think that in Murray Street too. So the intersections, pedestrian intersections, are crossings in Murray Street also.
Thanks for your feedback.
It is very, very dangerous.
Thank you, Mr Watson. Do you have a second question?
Yes, I've got, where am I? The Austral Hotel intersection in Murray Street. Now, I don't know, many of us get up that early and go for walks and whatever. I know Mr Potter does. Trucks that fly through there, 70, 80 k's per hour, and there's nobody around to observe it. I do note it. They just fly straight through the Austral Hotel corner down Murray Street at a very fast speed. Now, why isn't there somebody to sort of police it every now and again to prevent that? Because something's going to happen. One of those trucks will all of a sudden get out of control. It's going to make a complete mess of Murray Street going downhill.
Who'd like to answer Mr Watson? Mr McNeil?
Through you, Mayor. Again, thank you for your feedback. Incidentally, Council is at the moment looking at applying for grant funding to do a road safety strategy, and a key element of that would be talking to the community about where are the areas of concern with road safety. And so if we were to get funding for that project, we'd certainly be keen to hear of concerns like you have tonight that would help Council then in how it prioritises its future budgeting and road initiatives. But I guess Council doesn't control compliance with speed limits, and certainly encourage you to raise any concerns of regular non-compliance with the police, but we'll certainly take your feedback today about what you've observed.
Very dangerous, I can assure you, because as I said, I get up early and I do note a lot of things that go along.
Yeah, and Council is considering a report on the agenda tonight about the speed limit of vehicles within the central business district of Colac.
Yeah, 40 k's, I think the sooner the better. Don't mind me saying that. Okay.
Thank you, Mr
Yeah,
Watson.
right. No, that's about it.
Thank you. Thanks for that. Next question.
Tony Webber, Apollo Bay. First, I'd like to thank the council for putting a clock up in the Colac area and also for getting the clock working in the main street. Now, the first part of this question is, does the council have any dealings with Regional Roads Victoria, like negotiations or regular catch-ups?
Who would like to answer that?
I'm happy to take that. Thanks, Mr.
Thank
Webber.
you.
Yes, the General Manager of Infrastructure and Operations and their team have a lot of regular contact with the Department of Transport and Planning, as they've now got an umbrella department name. And also I attend regular meetings, generally on a 4 to 6 month cycle with the Regional Director. We talk about things like major investments in the region, maintenance plans, maintenance practices, etc. We do share things that are of particular interest to our community, so if you have something you want us to pass on, we're happy to do that. But we do have regular conversations.
Thank you. So during spring, summer last year, someone, a contractor I presume, sprayed the Ocean Road. Now, they sprayed right up to boundary fence and into the paddocks, causing damage to trees. They also sprayed the tree ferns that had been there probably for 20 or 30 years. They are now in the process of dying, and it looks terrible to see all these dead tree ferns. And also, we had a very dry summer, and that meant that we had dead grass, dead weeds all along the Ocean Road. Now, if we'd had a fire, we have a lot of traffic on the Great Ocean Road. It became really dangerous, particularly this year because of our dry weather. So I'm asking the council if they can make representations to regional roads that maybe they just mow the side of the roads, not spray them and kill everything.
Yeah, so through the chair,
Thank you,
thanks for
Mr.
that
Webber.
feedback. I can see Mr McNeil taking notes, and we'll make sure that we pass that on. And it may be that they need to have a look at what their contractors are doing. They're most likely contracted services, so we'll make sure that we pass it on.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Webber. Thank you.
Alan Billing, Colac. I draw council's attention to a document that's circulated, council document, regarding the tourist information review. Now, on that photo is the photo of the current centre with a wonderful sign on the road facing northwest wall. Much of the criticism that's come in lately is about council's lack of signage. Could I ask, why put that photo in when it's not a true representation of what's there? And why isn't that sign in place?
Thank you. Who'd like to answer that question? Mr. Sheeran.
Through you, Mayor. Yeah, thanks for the question, Mr. Billing. My understanding is that the photo that is in the discussion paper was from our general photo stock. Yeah, understand that the sign isn't there. We're trying to locate it at the moment.
Have you had a look in the storeroom over here? Just a second question. I understand that council was in receipt of a government grant of 250,000, 240,000, I think, from post-COVID program, from a post-COVID program. The idea being to actually use those funds to generate or reboot some of our communities after COVID. Sorry about that. My understanding is that council's allocated that 240,000, added 60,000 to it into a feasibility study. I question why this has been done when there is a clear need for those funds to have been spent locally, promote the local area. There's plenty of opportunity for that, has been found out. And yet this has now been locked up in the feasibility of a project which I'm not sure the community wants, nor could we ever afford.
Thank you, Mr. Billing. Who would like to answer that one? Mr. Sheeran.
Through you, Mayor. Thanks for the question, Mr. Billing. I'm not aware of the grant that you're referring to, so I'll take that on notice and we'll provide a response. Do you have the name of the grant program, or what? Feasibility study is quite broad.
I was at the council meeting when your report came in to add 60,000 of council's unexpended money to a $240,000 grant, and that was then a $300,000 application for a feasibility study.
Okay, so sorry, Mayor, I now understand what you're referring to. So that wasn't to do with post-COVID. Sorry, I misunderstood where you were going. So that was a funding application to the Enabling Tourism Fund to look at this precinct, both the cultural component of the precinct and also the opportunity for potentially visitor accommodation in this precinct as well, which we know is certainly lacking in Colac 4+ star accommodation.
Very quickly, if I could. There was, my understanding, it was fairly specific, or was that the brief that council developed to apply for it?
Sorry, can you just clarify that?
Yes, my understanding was that it was to be injected into the community almost immediately to try and kickstart it. Okay, put that aside. It was supposed to be then allocated to tourism. I thought that was the basis of the grant.
So
Just wondering how you can stretch it.
So the
into
funding
that
program is called the Enabling Tourism Fund. So we've lodged an application. We're unsure whether that's successful or not. Council's contribution would be $60,000 if we were successful. So the key component of that is looking at visitor accommodation for Colac. So that's where the tourism element comes in. But also one of the objectives for the state government in regards to tourism is around cultural tourism, and hence why this site was considered a strong application from our perspective to look at this whole precinct in regards to cultural activities and the potential for visitor accommodation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Billing. That concludes our question time. Thank you to those who've come and given their time to ask questions. I now would like to ask, are there any declarations of interest? Councillor Costin.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a conflict of interest in relation to, help me someone, item 9.
The community grants.
Community grants, events grants. I forget the number. I've handed over my document already. 9.7. The conflict arises due to an election campaign donation made by the Apollo Bay Chamber of Commerce, and the Chamber of Commerce is auspicing 2 of the grant applications in this item. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Costin. Councillor Potter.
Thanks, Mayor. I've got a conflict of interest in relation to the consideration of fees and charges for Blue Water. I think it's item 9.2.
It is 9.2. Thank you, Councillor Potter. Councillor Hanson.
Yeah, I have a general conflict arising on item 9.2, which is the endorsement of fees and charges for Blue Water Leisure Centre, as I'm a member.
Thank you. Councillor Finnegan.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a general conflict of interest in relation to item 9.3, the adoption of the 24-25 budget endorsement of fees and charges for local laws and community services. This is related to the fact that my sister works within Council's OPAS service. So.
Thanks, Councillor Finnegan. Mr Tenney.
Thanks, Mayor. I also have a general conflict of interest in relation to item 9.2, the adoption of the endorsement of fees and charges for the Blue Water Leisure Centre, being a member of that centre.
Thank you. And Mr Sheeran.
Thanks, Mayor. I also have a general conflict of interest for item 9.6 as a community group that I'm affiliated with submitted an application to the Council Grants program.
Thanks, Mr Sheeran. Thank you. It's a number of conflicts. Oh, I'm sorry. Councillor Arnott.
I'm not exactly certain where this sits, but a conflict of interest generally arises with my membership of the Board of Colac Area Health Foundation, and if there's an allocation in there for the grants in respect to that.
So that would be a conflict.
Yes.
9.7, that's the events grants. Thanks, Councillor Arnott. Okay, we'll keep a track of those as we go through. I'll now move on to the confirmation of minutes, and I propose that we confirm the minutes of the council meeting held on the 22nd of May 2024. Do I have a mover? Councillor Arnott. Seconder, Councillor Hart. Is it to be opposed? Not to be opposed, so I declare that motion to adopt and carry. Thank you. We now move on to officers' reports, and the first report is 9.1, and the report is about project budget adjustments and cash reserve transfers, June 2024. The purpose of this report is to present the project budget adjustments and cash reserve transfer for council ratification and approval. These budgets are for the 23-24 capital works and operational projects. Councillors, before I ask for a motion, do any councillors wish to ask questions of officers? Councillor Hart, then Councillor Hanson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and I would foreshadow that I have an alternative to the recommendation. My question relates to a submission received in the budget and requesting additional funding for the BMX track or proposed track at Birregurra, and I'd like to know how much would be a sufficient amount as a contingency, if you like, if we were to make an allocation in this particular fund, and at this particular opportunity. And the other question I have is in relation to a possible review of the footpath strategies to see how much has been progressed in those. How much would be a sufficient amount?
Thanks, Councillor Hart. Mr Sheeran,
Through you, Mayor, I'm happy to answer the first question. So in regards to bike facilities, Council currently has $10,000 in its budget, and there's an additional $50,000 in the draft 24-25 budget, so taking that up to $60,000. Of that, 10 had been earmarked for Birregurra. We did hear through the submissions process to the budget, the draft budget, that whilst they did originally think $10,000 would be enough, their verbal submission indicated 15. So I think with some contingency, if Council was to allocate another $10,000, that would be sufficient.
thanks, Mr Sheeran. And there was a footpaths. Mr McNeil.
Through you, Mayor. I'm happy to answer the question on the footpaths. Council's got footpath strategies for both Colac and Apollo Bay, and they detail a forward program of works in terms of priority footpaths for Council to construct. To do a review of those strategies, we believe that at a basic review of re-looking at what's been constructed, what hasn't, what are the gaps, and recosting those proposals would be about $20,000. A more expensive study would be to review them and include substantial community engagement, and perhaps look at other townships like Birregurra, and that might be somewhere around the 50,000. But to do a basic review of those two existing strategies would be about 20,000.
Thank you, Mr McNeil. Any other? Councillor Hanson, you had a question.
Just on table 1, there's $245,200 allocated for the Resilient Community Assets Project, which, we're receiving a grant for. Can you actually remind me what that project is, what that actually is for?
Mr McNeil.
Happy to answer that question. Thanks, Councillor. This is a grant application that was lodged by the Bowen South West Climate Alliance, of which Council is a member. And the project, which covers a number of regional councils in the Bowen South West, is to have a consultant work with the councils to look at its assets and how resilient they are to future changes that might occur through climate change. So this has been a really good example of where, through the Alliance, Council's been able to apply for a grant to undertake this work without having to put in any financial contribution. The only time associated with that from Council's perspective is some in-kind time from our environment team. Council's auspicing the project. One of the councils needed to essentially host the holding of the money, and so that's why it's being reported through this report, is that it's not money dedicated just simply to Colac Otway, it's for the Alliance purposes, but we're managing that money for the Alliance.
Thank you, Mr McNeil.
Just a follow-up question. So, what kind of things would they look at, though, in this project?
Through you, Mayor, there's a number of impacts of climate change. For example, temperature increases, high bushfire intensity, more intense rainfall. There's a whole range of impacts that, over time, might have impacts on Council's assets. And so this is a project to look at, well, what might those impacts be, and how might we start to plan to mitigate those?
But which assets? Have you got an example of which asset might be looked at, an asset that might be looked at?
It might be that it's got impacts for our drainage network. It might have impacts on our road network. Higher temperatures can impact on the surfaces, the treatments that we use on our roads. So that's just a couple of examples.
Thanks, Mr McNeil. Councillor Potter, then Councillor Costin.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a question on table 1 in relation to the wayfinding and tourism signage, and very, very pleased to see that there. Thank you, officers. Just wondering how that might be implemented, whether businesses or communities put in a list or apply to have some tourism signage. Do we know yet how that might be implemented?
Mr Sheeran?
Through you, Mayor. Yeah, we are still working through the full scope of that project, but it is more designed for your digital visitor information signage. So, as an example, the Memorial Square toilets, the designs for those did have a component of signage because we know that's where visitors stop. So that would be one location where we would be looking to have some wayfinding and visitor information signage, that being electronic. So that's part of the implementation.
Thank you, Mr McNeill. Councillor Costin and Councillor Hanson.
Thank you, Councillor Hanson and Councillor Potter, for asking a couple of questions I was going to ask. The remaining question I have, and it relates to footpaths, which has been flagged by Councillor Hart. So in Table 5, we've indicated that we've completed the Great Ocean Road footpath project in Apollo Bay. I'm asking, what did that cost? How much did the pedestrian bridge cost? What's the total length of footpath? And so what's the unit cost per metre of footpath in that location?
Mr McNeill?
Through you, Mayor. My understanding is that the total cost of constructing the footpath itself was around $488,000. It was undertaken in a number of phases and largely using external grant money. Then in addition to that, there was about $100,000 that was spent on the pedestrian bridge, and that equated to a total length of path of about 989 metres. And the cost per metre for that path varied in the different stages because there were different conditions that needed to be dealt with in those different phases. You bear with me for a minute. So as an example, stage 1, which was Kaywood Street to Joyce Street, was a cost of around $222 a metre, but the stage 6, which was Mariners Lookout to Pisces, was about $489 per square metre. So it did vary significantly depending on the nature of the conditions.
So it's per square metre or per linear metre?
Per square metre.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Hanson, did you have another question?
I just had a follow-up question about the wayfinding and tourism signage. So you use the example that there could be digital signage at the Memorial Square toilets. So it could have things on it potentially like, you know, at the moment cross-pollination's on. It could have information about sending visitors, you know, to cross-pollination, that kind of thing.
Yeah, through you, Mayor. Yeah, absolutely. It's a really good example of local attractions and local initiatives that are occurring at a point in time. So, yeah, good example.
Thank you. Councillor Finnegan.
My question is also about the wayfinding signs, believe it or not. Are we able to confirm what providers we've looked at this stage for, if any, for the wayfinding signs?
Through you, Mayor. No, we haven't looked at any providers at this stage. We did get a cost estimate of what this type of infrastructure would cost, but we would go out through a competitive market process.
Thank you. And is Council aware of the problems which plagued the town of Gawler in South Australia with their digital wayfinding signs which were installed in 2021, which have been failing quite regularly due to heat and other issues? Are Council aware of any of those issues whatsoever that have occurred with other councils' wayfinding signs?
No, personally I'm not aware of the issues that they've experienced, but I do know that this type of infrastructure is right around the world, and we'll make sure we do our due diligence before any kind of installation.
Thanks, Mr. Sheeran. Any other questions? Councillors, the officers have provided a recommendation with a report for our consideration. Does any councillor wish to move a motion in relation to this matter? Councillor Hart.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'd like to move a motion that reflects the alternate or updated recommendation from the Shire, from management, plus it has 2 extra points, which is essentially 10,000 allocation for the Birregurra bike track project and $20,000 for the review of the 2 footpath strategies. But also in point 3, I'm happy to incorporate a form of words that's been suggested from others, which is that point 3 has some extra words after 3B that says, noting that the title of W038156 for purchase of carbon offsets will be amended to Blue Water Electrification Project Leverage Funds. Which was suggested by someone else, just to clarify that
To make
that is
it clear.
about.
Yep.
A question of Councillor Hart, just to make it completely clear. So that means you are, with this, you are not purchasing any carbon offsets, and you're redirecting that money to the project.
Well, my understanding is redirecting it is to ensure that the positions that council have taken are funded, which I'd seek clarification from the CEO. That's to do with 2 things: the 25,000 that was already agreed to be purchased at a previous resolution, and that the balance is to be used for the Blue Water Electrification Project. That's my intent. That's my reading of the report. I'm happy for clarification from the CEO, and that simply reflects a decision taken a couple of months ago.
Thanks, Councillor Hart. Could you just confirm that new addition about the title for the project? The words.
I'm only going by a recommendation that's been given.
Yep.
That the intent, perhaps if I clarify what the intent is, and the intent is to make it clear that any leftover funds are intended for the Blue Water Electrification Project, which is made a decision on that a couple of months ago. I'm happy for clarification whether the words need to be tidied up. I have the words from the officer.
So we can get them up on the... We'll just get them up on the board so everybody can see them. Leverage funds.
I will ask through you, Mayor, if I may. This is not intended to change the position that there was 25,000 of paid for offsets for Greenfleet. That decision was made 2 months ago. So I just seek clarification that this doesn't have the effect of changing that decision.
Yeah, through the chair, thank you, Councillor Hart. I confirm that this officers see this as consistent with the intention of Council's resolution 24th of April. What it does is make sure that the holding account also reflects that
The
decision.
actual... Yep. Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Hart. Do I have a seconder for Councillor Hart? Councillor Arnott. Is it to be opposed? Councillor Hart?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I don't plan to go through every item in this report, but it does reflect that a number of projects have been able to be completed due to some very tight cost control. I think this report is refreshing in how transparent it is as to when money is changed. It's an actual decision of the council that everyone can see, and it's reallocating some of those funds. The revised officer recommendation included funding for the hoist at Bluewater Fitness Centre. That, councillors may recall, that was many of the submissions to the council budget requested funding for the Bluewater Fitness Centre hoist. This resolution, with the changes and the updates since the agenda was published, does that. It's already been a precedent that these sorts of transfers can fund those projects. It was done with some sale yards projects a couple of months ago. The other thing this does, it ensures there's an additional amount for the BMX track in Birregurra for the preparation of the work there. So, and that was a budget submission, raised that, so that if for any reason the funding that's in the budget is not sufficient, there's this additional $10,000 available. The other issue is the footpaths are obviously very important to the various communities throughout the Shire. The Shire has a footpath strategy for Colac and Apollo Bay going back many years. I think it would be timely to go over that to the point of identifying which footpaths have been constructed under that strategy. I think some people, including some councillors, might be surprised as to how many, because the deficiencies were major in both Colac and Apollo Bay when that strategy was developed. And the intent from that particular point is that council will be able to identify which paths are still in the strategy, update the costs, because obviously costs have changed. There's even been a question today at the council meeting about the cost of a particular footpath, and then the council will be in a position to decide what they need to do in relation to that, whether they need to do a further review or whether that just continues to guide the priorities for footpaths. I note that there isn't such a strategy for Birregurra, but that this may be considered in context of the Birregurra structure plan. The other issue is to make it clear that the point that changes the name of a particular fund, that the money left over from not purchasing offsets or purchasing a reduced amount is for the Bluewater Fitness electrification project, which was a decision of council, I think, about 2 months ago.
Thanks, Councillor Hart. Councillor Arnott, as seconder.
Thank you, Mayor White. Obviously there's some support for this, so I thank Councillor Hart for coming up with the amendments to the motion as it stands, and also thank the Executive for bringing this to us on a continuous basis. This keeps the Council and community informed of our projects that are going on, and also brings assurances that there's no creative accounting trying to pretend that you can do projects for a cheap price when you cannot. What we're getting is realistic allocations to projects, and often then resulting in small surpluses coming back to us because they come in under or near budget. So that, I think, is a better outcome, and in this case it's meant that we have funds available to do more than what we thought we otherwise would, which has allows Stephen to, Councillor Hart, to put these additional items in there. So this is showing good governance. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Arnott. Does any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor Potter?
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I'm pleased to support this. And I think it's obvious from some of the items in here that councillors considered the submissions that we had to the budget and are taking actions to address those, even though there was some scepticism about whether we do that. So some of these things are a result of that submissions hearing, and they've clearly been addressed, and I congratulate councillors for doing that. If I can just mention the Birregurra Bike Park project, the community have raised a lot of funds themselves, which they've already expended. To finish the plans, I think there was needed 28 odd K. The community prepared to put in as much as they can, but I'm sure they're grateful to council for topping up that money and putting up most of it, and I look forward to seeing the final plans.
Councillor Costin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to thank officers for this report. It makes transparent to our community how and why Council proposes changes to its current year budget allocations for capital and operational projects. Table 1 shows the projects proposed by the CEO to address urgent actions or safety matters or provide continuity of endorsed projects. That's a good thing. In this month, the table includes new externally and grant-funded projects that have no impact on Council's budget, on Council's overall budget. The table also shows funding of 2 urgent projects, Sand Road and Ruby Court, to address some escalating shortcomings, escalating concerns. For example, in the case of Sand Road, a cultural heritage management plan is needed urgently because, as we sit at the moment, we can't undertake essential maintenance work to the absence of that plan. Table 3 shows the proposed adjustments to project budgets that have been completed under the cost estimate or that require additional funding to complete. It's quite pleasing to see there's 2 significant tables, 2 significant savings in this table. The Wardenvale Bridge work saved almost 55,000, and the Wydinia Kindergarten roof project came in 32,000 under the budget. These savings will be returned to Council for other projects, and thank you to all the officers involved. What's not so pleasing, and Councillor Hart has rectified with the words that I had agreed with council officers in relation to carbon offsets. Thank you to Councillor Hart for stepping in and adding that to his alternate motion. It makes quite clear where that money should go rather than be set aside for the purchase of future carbon offsets. So I'm quite happy to support this alternate motion, although I do have concerns over the proposal to update the footpath strategy. If we have a strategy, I don't believe we should allocate additional money to identify shortcomings or shortfalls in that strategy. We should know, and we already do know, that we haven't completed all the primary network, we haven't completed all the secondary network. We know that already, and I'm not sure why we want to spend 20,000 to do something which should have been done as a matter of course. Nevertheless, I will support Councillor Hart's motion because of the inclusion of other matters in there. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Costin. Councillor Hanson, did you wish to speak?
There are some very positive things in this report, and I probably would really like to support this item, but I think one thing did come out loud and clear. Well, it's been clear for a very long time, but it once again came out very loud and clear through the budget submissions that there is no appetite in this community to purchase carbon offsets. And while I think Councillor Hart's amendment goes some of the way, it is still supporting purchasing those offsets, and we can make that change now. We don't have to purchase those offsets. And I very much have made a firm commitment that I'm not really going to support anything that goes against what the community is telling us. They do not want to support, do not want to purchase carbon offsets. They're supportive of action on the environment and climate change, but they would prefer that money spent in their community. So I won't be supporting this amendment because I will no longer support anything that goes so much against what the community is asking for. Yes, it's only small compared to all these unders and overs in this report, but we are getting. It couldn't be stronger from the community. They do not want to purchase carbon offsets. So unfortunately, I won't be able to support this. I'll listen to the community. I won't support it.
Thanks, Councillor Hanson. Councillor Finnegan.
Thank you very much. like other councillors, I guess, I'm appreciative to officers for bringing this table to us in relation to the motion that's in front of us. Unfortunately, I won't be able to support it on a similar basis to Councillor Hanson, in that the community's come at us pretty loud and clear that they don't want money spent on carbon offsets, particularly in these dire financial circumstances we're in currently. We're looking to run a budget deficit of $5,263,000. And while we're doing that, I don't see how we can commit to spending any money on carbon offsets whatsoever. So whilst there is good within this table, because carbon offset stuff is contained within, it locks us into spending money on carbon offsets, I'll be voting against.
Thanks, Councillor Finnegan. Any other councillor wish to speak? Right, a reply? Councillor Hart.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. This resolution does not authorise additional funds to be spent on carbon offsets. There's already been a decision taken some months ago that reflected the offsets for 2 previous years, I think it was, and a payment of $25,000. That decision has already been made. This decision on this resolution does not add to that. It does not change that. And in fact, that decision reflects consultation on the environment strategy, when at that time there was a lot of support for purchasing offsets at that time. It's taken a while to catch up, if you like, but I think that's a critical point. This motion does not add $1 more to the purchase of carbon offsets. It simply deals with money that's left over, if you like, and ensures that money's carried over to implement decisions that were made some months ago.
It's Councillor Hart. Councillors, I'll now call for a vote. All those in favour? Those against? Carried 4-3. Councillors, those in favour? Councillor Hart, Councillor Potter, Councillor Arnott, Councillor White. Those against? Councillor Finnegan, Councillor Costin, Councillor Hanson. Thanks, councillors. We'll move on to item 9.2. Adoption of the 2024-25 budget, endorsement of fees and charges for the Blue Water Leisure Centre. I believe we have a couple of conflicts here.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. I have a conflict, as I've previously alluded to.
Correct.
I'm a member of Blue Water.
Blue Water. Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Potter.
I also have a conflict, a general conflict, as I'm also a member of Blue Water.
Thanks, Councillor Hanson. Mr Tenney.
Thanks, Mayor. I also have a general conflict of interest being a member at the Blue Water Leisure Centre.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll now move on. The purpose of this report is to present Council's consideration and adoption of the fees and charges for Blue Water Leisure Centre, which form part of the fees and charges 24-25. Due to a conflict of interest and adaptation of the budgeted fees and charges for Blue Water Leisure Centre, it's being sought separately from the overall budget 24-25. Councillors, before I ask for a motion, does anyone have any questions? No questions. Councillors, the officers have provided a recommendation with the report for our consideration. Does any councillor wish to move a motion? Councillor Arnott, do I have a seconder? Councillor Hart, can you confirm the motion that you're moving, Councillor Arnott?
The motion is as shown on the screen, which is my understanding is the officer's recommendation from the circulated agenda.
Thank you, Councillor Arnott. You wish to speak?
Thank you, Mayor White. Look, this is actually a fairly straightforward motion, one would hope. It's unfortunate that we have the councillors with a conflict of interest, but that's the way that system works. Otherwise, they would have an interest in talking about it, I'm sure, because it's something that they like to see used. Blue Water Leisure Centre is a community asset. It is a community service that we need. It makes sure that there's a fitness centre for people to proactively keep healthy. There is the basketball areas, which is all used for certain sports and such, and there's a swimming pool. So it's a whole facility. It's not just a swimming pool, which is something that people should consider. Sure, it runs at a deficit for the year, notwithstanding these fees that go through in there, but that's part and parcel of running a public service. And there is not a facility of similar nature within this whole regional area that doesn't run at a similar deficit for the number of people in the population. So I think that when you strike fees for a service like this, you have to keep it in mind that those fees need to be realistic for people to still access the service, because you could never actually charge enough to make it pay its way. That would be ridiculous. You would just simply have people not use it. So in that context, I endorse the fees as they are presented.
Thanks, Councillor Arnott. Councillor Hart.
Thanks, Mayor. I think Councillor Arnott covered it very well. I would add that there was at least one submission on this, and somewhat ironically, it was critical of the level of fees, but at the same time suggesting that the contribution from rates should be much lower. And it's impossible to satisfy both of those requirements in the context of these fees. What these fees have tried to do is balance those two competing interests to offset the cost as much as possible from ratepayers, but at the same time to keep it as affordable as possible, particularly when you've got classes like Learn to Swim and the importance of swimming. And there's been reports, unfortunately, of drownings at the various beaches during the summer months. It's so important that people have the opportunity to learn to swim, and this facility provides that service amongst others. If the electrification of the Blue Water Fitness Centre goes ahead with a grant, then that will reduce the contribution from rates, because there'll be savings of $140,000 a year in energy costs. So that is a way of helping to reduce the net cost of this. But these fees are trying to achieve a balance between the ratepayer contribution and the making it affordable as possible for the community.
Thanks, Councillor Hart. Does any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor Finnegan.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I find myself in a difficult position here, because I note that Blue Water is a much loved and well utilised service within our shire, and I think it does a lot of good work, particularly in people having access to a pool, I think, and being able to learn to swim and the like. However, the reality is that it does run it runs at a loss, and we're in a position whereby, as Councillor Hart has pointed out, we can't really raise the fees too much, and we can't reduce the amount we put in from rate revenue at the same time. But it should be noted that continually the subsidy that is paid, or the deficit that Blue Water runs at, has been going up and up year after year after year. The figures I have in front of me, which are admittedly from April, when we went through a budget briefing of this, was roughly worked out that Blue Water, where is it? My apologies for looking at these figures. Where was it? Sorry. Blue Water's subsidy per head of population, Colac Otway Shire and its catchment, worked out at about $55.95. When you compare that to the City of Warrnambool, which has Aquazone, their subsidy worked out in a catchment area of 35,000 people and a budget, a higher amount of subsidy worked out to $34.29 per head of population. I think we're in a position whereby we really should be looking into Blue Water and working out, well, why are the subsidies blowing out? Why are we spending so much on this asset? And it's with that in mind, that I'll probably be voting against this. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak? Right, a reply, Councillor Arnott.
Sorry, I note I didn't officially oppose, so there should be no right of reply as far as I'm concerned.
Point of order,
Excuse me.
the governance rules are quite clear that you have a right of reply to anything
Opposes.
come up debate. It doesn't have to be said to be against.
Yeah, that's my understanding. Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mayor. It's a very interesting interpretation. I won't announce that I'm going to speak against it, but I'll speak against it and announce that I'm going to vote against it, and then try to stop speaking to that. Anyway, as reiterated before, Blue Water, yeah, it makes a loss, but it's a community service that must be had. And it's very difficult to do direct comparisons. I know I've tried to do that with a number of different councils, trying to look it up. And I went through a number of different ones to try to achieve that. And if you look at Blue Water, $783,000 loss. Yeah, that's in a population of 23,000 odd people. Ararat City Council, 656,000 loss on a population of half that. And Southern Grampians, 659,000, a population of 24,000, whatever. So it's you can't do direct comparisons. You can't make it like that. Crangamite Shire Council, they don't even report on their pool, their facility like that. They've got 3.3 million that they've put out in deficits to many things, including their aquatic centres and such, and libraries and whatever. So they report it differently, and that's okay. Warrnambool City Council, yeah, 1.2 million loss on a budget of 48 million total rates income compared to our 30. So they're quite significantly more in total monetary terms. But again, it won't be a direct comparison. So I actually rejected that as a position. We also, I think, need to be aware that we put money through to things like the Apollo Bay School, 237,000, Lavers Hill, 22,000, Life Savings Victoria, 61,000. All of those things are designed to enhance the facilities of the aquatic area capacity for our residents and our visitors. And I think to think otherwise that we can do without these services or just cut money out of them is unrealistic.
Thanks, Councillor Arnott. Councillors, I'll now call for a vote. All those in favour? Those against? Carried 4-1. Division. All those in favour? Councillor Hart, Councillor Arnott, Councillor Costin, Councillor White. Against, Councillor Whittingham. Thanks, councillors. Could we ask our councillors to rejoin? And our next is community services. I believe we have a conflict. We'll move on to fees and charges for community services, and I believe we have conflict in that area.
Yes, as mentioned at the start of the meeting, I have a general conflict of interest on this item due to my sister working within Council's OPAS team.
Thanks, Councillor Finnegan. Councillors, the purpose of this report is to present Council's consideration and adoption of the fees and charges for local law number 1 and community services, older persons' ability to support services OPAS, for which form part of the fees and charges of 24-25. Due to a conflict of interest, adoption of the budgeted fees and charges for local law number 1 and community services, older persons' ability support services are being sought separately from the overall budget. Councillors, before I ask for a motion, does anyone have a question of officers? No questions of officers. Councillors, the officers have provided a recommendation with the report for our consideration. Does any councillor wish to move a motion? Councillor Arnott, seconded Councillor Potter. Is it to be opposed? Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mayor White. I guess this is not dissimilar to the one we've just spoken about, but this is a natural requirement that we must achieve for the workings of council. We strike these local laws, fees and charges, and also for OPIS, the community's older persons' ability and support services. It's a matter again of trying to strike what is the appropriate fee to charge. Some of those in respect to, I guess, things that people would rather not pay a fee to, but we need to have that balance again cost and provision of services. Because otherwise, if you don't, you have to take our rates. Nothing's for nothing. So in that context, we've sat down and spoken about this a number of times during briefings leading up to this. None of this happens overnight. This didn't just arrive on the table here today. This has been worked on for months. The whole budget process started back late last year with input from councils and from public eventually over a long period of time to arrive at this point. And so in striking the final fees, we had a very strong eye on the current circumstances for our community, the cost of living, trying to keep these charges well in line with nothing more than inflation wherever we possibly could, or in some cases below. So in that context, I would like to move this motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Arnott. Councillor Potter?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Councillor Arnott has said most of what I was going to say, but just wanted to reiterate that councils have been considering this for some time, and no increase in charges has been taken lightly or is ill-considered. But under the circumstances, I'm happy to support this.
Thanks, Councillor Potter. Does any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor Hart.
Thanks, Mayor. Just to add to some of the other comments, many of the fees and charges, the increases have been around that 4 to 5% mark, but there have been some differences. Waste fees have increased by around the 10% mark, and that reflects a significant contribution towards waste services these days from the rates budget, and is trying to at least keep up with those significant increases in waste fees, in waste costs, which I might add is not only the disposal of the waste and the transportation, but it's also the landfill fees paid to the state government. There's also a new fee that's seeking to resolve an issue for where a permit's required for dry needling, and I'm not going to try to explain what that is, but it's a zero fee, but it recognises that the permit's needed, so it's just clear to officers when those people who run those sorts of businesses have to lodge a permit application that there is no fee involved. So it might look a bit odd, but it's not the first time we've had a zero fee in the fees and charges.
Thanks, Councillor Hart. Any other councillor? Councillor Costin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to reassure the community that councillors have looked at this table of fees and charges quite closely and kept increases to the minimum we could. One concern is our curbside waste management charges, though. If we run that as a business, we're losing a lot of money, and we have to subsidise that from rate revenue. So that's resulted in a higher than average increase in fees for those services. But it's something we can't avoid. We are facing increased costs on waste management ourselves, and we can't continue to, or we can't provide a greater subsidy from our rate revenue for those services. But we have looked at all the other fees and kept them to a minimum increase. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Costin. No other councillors wish to speak? Okay, councillors, I'll now call for a vote. All those in favour? Sorry, Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had that right of reply, I'm sorry.
I don't think anybody opposed, so
We just established that position.
Point of order, I'm sorry, it's crystal clear in the local law that the mover has a right of reply to anything raised in debate.
okay, thanks.
It's not necessary that someone declares opposition.
Opposed. Thank you for that clarification. Councillor Arnott?
Thank you, Councillor Hart, forever aware of the governance. Appreciate that from your experience. And thank you, Mayor White, for your accepting that. Councillor Hart actually and Councillor Costa reaffirmed an important point in respect to our waste collection charge. It is quite significantly lower than most other councils. People should need to be aware of that. And that's become a bit of a history. There was some time back in the past where I believe council actually reduced that charge compared to what it would otherwise have been. And that was on the back of, I think, of some information at the time which may have now altered. And that's okay. You made a decision based at that time. What we do now know is there's been substantial increases in the fees and charges that we have to pay to state government and to the contractors to collect this, because they've also got fees and charges that they have to meet with. The result is that we pay about, I believe the figure is something about 1.6 million from our rates to subsidise this service. Now, we need to close that gap. The increase that we proposed at this stage only maintains the status quo. Over time, we're going to need to address that. So people should be aware of that. Otherwise, we have less rates available to do other works that we should be doing.
Thanks, Councillor Arnott. I'll now call for a vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried 6-0. We ask for Councillor Finnegan. Jill's going to get him. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Finnegan. So we now move on to item 9.4, adoption of the Colac Otway Shire budget.
Through you, Mayor.
Sorry,
I have an alternative wording for that motion that I would like to flag,
just
please.
let me move through the
Thank you.
process. The purpose of this report is to present the budget 2024, including the fees and charges for council's consideration and adoption. Councillors, before I ask for a motion, do any councillors wish to ask a question of officers? Councillor Hanson.
Yeah, on page 59 of, I think it's our report, under, I think, major initiatives under the Colac Visitor Information Centre, can you please tell me what that major initiative is?
Through you, Mayor, I'm happy to answer that one.
Thank you, Mr. Shire.
Yeah, it's some building renewal works at the Visitor Information Centre, namely hot water service and air conditioning improvements.
Thank you, Mr. Sheeran. Do I have any other questions of officers? Councillor Costin.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of questions, one on the deficit and one on carbon offsets. In our long-term financial plan for the 10 years from 2021, so we only prepared it in 2021, it showed an adjusted underlying surplus moving from 1.7 million up to about 5.2 million by 2030. But this budget is somewhat at variance to that long-term financial plan, and we have a deficit 5.3 million proposed, and it increases over the next 3 years. So perhaps if officers could just clarify for me and the community what has changed from our long-term financial plan. What's happened? Were our assumptions wrong, or have they become out of date? And where does the money come from to fund a continuing deficit, and can we expect it to impact on services we provide to the community in the future?
Thanks, Councillor Costin. We'll deal with that one first.
So,
Yeah.
through you, Mayor,
Thank you.
when we look at what we now call the financial plan, we used to call it long-term financial plan, we can see sections 2.4, which is page 16 of the financial plan, gives you the assumptions, underlying assumptions, and 3.1 gives you the P&L, the profit and loss statement. So when I look at the financial plan for the 2024-25 year and I compare it to our current budget, I can see a movement or a difference in bottom line of our proposed budget for 2025 is a deficit of 5.26 mil, and our financial plan for the corresponding financial year was a surplus of 3.19. Now, when we look at the drivers of that, there's many, but the main drivers are the income in the financial plan is understated by about 2.6%, the majority of which is coming from rates. So when the financial plan was submitted and uploaded in September of 2021, it had a rates figure that is less than what we are putting forward today. For the simple reason that at that time, we were, I'm guessing from an assumptions viewpoint, we're unaware of the growth that was put forward by rate caps and so on. So I can understand that in the sense that there was a lack of understanding at September 21 of what would happen in 2025, what the rates announcement would be. That's part of the driver of the difference. The bigger driver of the difference is from an expense viewpoint. So the difference between the financial plan and the budget for the 2025 year from an expense viewpoint is in the most part driven by materials and services in the financial plan are understated compared to where we are currently pitching our budget by around about 3.2 mil. That, I think, could be explained possibly by, from a materials perspective, at that point in time, September 2021, they couldn't fully have known the extent to which certain contracts or certain materials and services expenses would grow over that period of time. It was the best they could do at that time, but now we are more acutely aware of what's happening in this year. In addition to that, we see depreciation is different by about 5.1 mil, and that's driven by asset revaluations. So you've got condition assessments and you've got replacement costs. So in that figure, each year, we can't be fully 100% accurate at what an asset revaluation will turn up, as it were, until it actually occurs. So with these things, when you wind the clock back to September 21, when it was put together, we would have done the best effort to make assumptions. But now, after 21, 22, 23, 24, 3 or 4 asset revaluations, we're more acutely aware of what our asset values are, replacement and so on, and what the resultant accumulated depreciation for those amounts would be. So they're probably the main drivers of why we see that bottom line difference of around about 8.4 mil in position.
Thank you, Xavier. It sounds like we need to update our long-term plan before we prepare the next budget, and I'd be happy to piggyback an amendment onto Councillor Arnott's proposed alternate motion for that. The second question related to carbon offsets. How much are we proposing in the coming year, including carryover, and how much are we proposing over the full term of the budget, the 4 years, to purchase carbon offsets?
Through you, Mayor, in the next financial year, in the budget before you today, there's 41,000 set aside for purchase of carbon offsets, but in accordance with the April Council resolution, that wouldn't be spent on offsets. It would be held for the purposes of supporting the Blue Water Electrification project. The money that would be available in addition to that from previous years would be $50,000, which is the balance after the $25,000 has been purchased for offsets in accordance with that April resolution. If you're looking at the next 4 years of what the budget would be, it would be 4 times the $41,000 that's in the budget, which is $164,000.
Thank you, Mr. McNeil. In a budget where we're running a substantial deficit, what's the benefit of purchasing carbon offsets? What do we get for the purchase of carbon offsets?
Through you, Mayor, the idea of purchasing offsets is that where an organisation or individual, or where an organisation can't reduce its emissions to zero, its carbon emissions, it can take a decision to purchase emissions reductions that are undertaken by other organisations or individuals elsewhere in lieu of the emissions that they're producing themselves. So you're effectively paying another body to reduce emissions, and therefore you can claim that you have achieved a net zero carbon emissions result. So that's been the policy of council in the past, is to purchase offsets through other parties, through a wind farm somewhere else, or by someone somewhere planting trees that reduces carbon in the atmosphere. Council's resolution in April was to cap the purchase in those past years to $25,000 and redirect the money going forward. But the overall reason for doing it is so that you can actually reduce emissions. If you can't reduce them yourselves, someone else is doing it for you, but it's at a cost.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Councillor Hanson.
Yep. On page 32, under another major initiative, strong leadership and management, there's $350,000 expense for council election and new councillor term induction. Does that $350,000 include the costs for the VEC?
Who would like to? CEO?
Sorry. Sorry, Councillor Hanson, can you give me that page number again?
Page 32.
32. I went too far. Just bear with me.
What is the breakup of that cost?
I haven't got the right page, but so there's a total $610,000 operational project allocation included in the proposed budget that is required for the next 12 months, being leading into conducting and then coming out of the election, the general election. And the breakdown for the $610,000 operational project has 3 components. There is an allowance of $300,000 for the VEC costs. They have given us a quote that is just under that, but we know that there are often some disbursements and things that come through. And so $300,000 is a non-contestable commitment that we will need to cover for the actual costs of the general election. I'm sure everyone will say good value for money for a great democratic process. There is $60,000 included to make sure that there is a really sound councillor induction program that will need to happen in the first 6 to 8 months. That will include a variety of induction activities, many of which are mandated, and others are about establishing a really good, sound basis for the next term for those councillors. There may be some specific training and development opportunities, etc. So there's $60,000 for that. And then there's an allocation of $250,000 for council to be able to complete a suite of integrated strategic plans that are legislative requirements for the first 6 to 8 months of the next term. Those integrated strategic plans include the council plan, the financial plan, the 10-year financial plan that Councillor Costin was referring to before needs to be refreshed, and the asset plan, as well as the municipal health and wellbeing plan. There's an allowance in there that is more heavily focused on the actual development of the council plan itself, but there is also in that budget allocation allowance for a level of engagement across all of the integrated plans, the 4, even though some of the asset plan and financial plan work officers will do themselves. And there is a requirement for that engagement to happen We've just made an allowance, and the actual details of engagement are yet to be determined by councils. And then we have also allowed for some project officer role to make sure that all of that work can happen. So it's a material investment, $250,000, to set up the strategic plans and direction for the next term of council. So those three components make 610,000. Sorry, that's a long answer, but I feel it's important that everyone has that clarity.
Thanks, Anne. Other questions? Councillor Finnegan, then Councillor Hart.
Yeah, thank you. My question is, what is the total staffing budget within this document?
$25.33 million.
So our staffing costs aren't 26.297 million?
No, sorry, you're saying within the budget, what we're budgeting for? Is that just to get an understanding of the question?
Yes. Yes.
Yep. So our sorry, I was giving you a figure excluding the capitalised salaries. If we include capitalised salaries that are our salaries, we have a figure of 26,297. So 26,297,000.
So 26,297 would be inaccurate.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, if you include capital. Yeah, sorry. I was looking at the P&L. Yep.
Thank you. And what are we projected to bring in general rates this year? In this?
So from a general rates, if we include all wage charge and so on, our rates,
just general rates?
Yep. I can get you that figure. Yep. So yeah, so 29,152 for rates, and from a municipal charge on top of that is about 3.19 mil.
And so it would be fair to say that our staffing budgets, essentially the figure quoted before of 26.297 million is about 90% of 29.151 million of general rates revenue. Is that correct?
I want to make sure I answer the question properly. So can you ask that again in the sense of you're saying 90-something%? Is that, sorry, through the mayor? Sorry.
Yeah, the figure I've got quickly here is 90 point, just rounded to figures is 90.20%.
So you're sort of what you're saying is, to put it in another way, our salaries and wages, both operating and capital, are 90-something% of our rates.
Yes.
That formula may be correct, but I would probably also include other revenue in that mix.
Yep.
So, for example, capital grants or other grants that are taking place, fund projects. Staff have to do those projects.
Yep.
So I would be looking at it from a total revenue perspective.
Okay.
To get a bottom line. And I think,
Sorry,
I'm on the fly here, but
you're right.
that'd be probably something around 48% or something like that.
So, total revenue being $59,282,000. The number of around the total sort of cost of salary and staffing, that coming to 43.35% of that.
Yeah, so I'd probably be
accurate.
That's the perspective I'd look at it through that lens. When we're to say, all right, so what are our costs as against to what are our inflows, as it were? That's probably how I'd look at it.
So, to be crystal clear, in a budget where we're running a $5.263 million deficit, we are spending in excess of 90% of our rates revenue on the staffing budget and salaries, and in excess of 44% of our total revenue goes directly on staffing and salary.
So from the 90, was it 91%? I'm
in excess of 90.20.
90.20, yeah, 90.20. So from that perspective, all of the rates revenue is not spent on all of those employee expenses. So some of those employee expenses are coming through from projects that are funded by grants and so on.
Yep.
I'm oversimplifying this, but yeah. So to say that 96% of rates is paying all our salary and wages, it's not quite true, because there's other funding sources that pay those salary and wages.
So more accurate, you prefer the metric of 44% of all revenue?
Yeah, I suppose that's
is
fair.
probably the-
yeah,
the
I suppose I
more-
would characterise it that way.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sorry, I don't mean to put words
No,
in
no,
your mouth,
it's-
but
it's-
as
I
a
wanna
measure
answer
of
you properly. I wanna
measuring
answer your
metric.
question
Yeah,
properly.
okay. So to clarify, the figure of a total revenue of $59,282,000, in excess of 44% of that is spent on staff wages, salaries and employment costs. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Finnegan. Other questions? Councillor Costin.
Moving from the higher level stuff to the detail, how much have we proposed for new footpaths in the proposed budget? And what length of footpath do we expect to get for that amount of money?
Mr McNeil.
Through you, Mayor, there's been $80,000 set aside in the budget for new footpath construction, and that's estimated that you'd achieve approximately 400 metres of footpath.
Thanks, Mr McNeil. Councillor Hart, then Councillor... follow-up question, then Councillor Hart. Councillor
That would achieve 400 metres, so that's about $200 per metre. Is that...
That's the advice I've received,
Yeah.
Councillor Costin. Yeah.
And just before you told me that it would cost in excess of 450, I can't remember the figure, to build footpaths down in Apollo Bay.
The question you asked me was about a particular project on the Great Ocean Road at Apollo Bay. So the cost for that project would be different to many other footpath projects just because of the topographical nature of that footpath. The advice I've had from our engineering team is that for the $80,000 in the budget, that would get you approximately 400 metres of a footpath.
Thank you, Mr McNeil. Councillor Hanson, then Councillor Hart.
I was just wondering how much money is set aside in the budget for the implementation of the Colac Botanic Master Plan, if it's adopted, and how much money, is set aside for other plans like the City Reserves Master Plan in this budget? Implement some of the recommendations, yeah.
Mr McNeil.
Through you, Mayor, to my understanding, there's no specific money allocated in this budget for implementation of the Botanic Gardens Master Plan. There's certainly a number of initiatives in that plan when it's adopted that Council would need to consider funding in future years. In terms of the second part of the question about the City Reserves Master Plan, I'm not aware of any funding that's been allocated for that.
Thank you. Councillor Hart.
Sorry. Through the chair, there is a Botanic Gardens project to refurbish the fountain, and that's greatly supported by a funding partner, but council will be including that. So there is just the fountain project.
Sorry, I did not hear that last bit. It was a bit mumbly.
Do you want to look up the project for you?
No,
Okay.
Can you just say it again more clearly?
So the proposed budget does include a project to refurbish the water fountain in the Botanic Gardens, which is one of the central features in the master plan yet to be adopted.
Sorry, just to correct that, the budget that you've got before you tonight has money to refurbish a fountain at Memorial Square, and there is money that we have as a project for the current financial year, which is for the Botanic Gardens fountain. Yeah.
My apologies, I thought they were together. No, it's already funded, that one. It's not in the budget, it's already funded, the one I mentioned. The Botanic Gardens fountain project, my apologies, is not in the budget because we've actually already funded it.
It's not in the next 12 months. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Hart, sorry. Got there.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Got a couple of questions. One relates to the increase in the curbside collection charge and the costs of that service. Do we have a clear understanding of whether that is sufficient to cover the cost of that service, or is there an amount that is funded from rates, and approximately what would that be?
It does not cover it. Let's look through the mayor, and working from memory, I believe it's something like 1.6 million in deficit. Yeah, correct. Yeah, that's my understanding. Yep.
Thank you. Follow-up question,
Sorry,
Councillor Hart.
Just through the chair, the other part to council's questions, just do we have the expenses? The total waste and resource recovery expenses for our municipality, curbside collection, transfer stations, etc., is $6 million.
Thank you. $6 million total, and about 1.6 that's not covered by the curbside collection charge. Thank you for that. Now, I don't think this is going to surprise anyone when I ask this question, or this series of questions, if I may, and I want to round it up, make sure I've covered it off. But if for some reason the Blue Water Fitness electrification project doesn't go ahead, what does that mean to the $500,000 that, I'll assume for a moment that we get a budget through, to the $500,000 debt in that budget? So if the electrification project doesn't go ahead because we don't get a grant, or because councillors decide they don't want to do it anymore, whatever the reason, what happens to that $500,000 debt?
Thank you, Councillor Hart. I'm happy to take that one through the chair.
Thank you,
It's
CEO.
not a surprise that you've asked. We've had this conversation, and you've made sure as councillors it's very, very explicit that the proposed borrowings of $500,000 is explicitly to support the Blue Water electrification project if the funding is successful. It can only be used for that purpose, and it will not be borrowed. There will not be a loan taken out unless we have that funding agreement, and even then it will be taken out only at the last, possible moment to minimise interest. If there is no funding agreement and no project, there will be no borrowings. It is also secured by the fact that that would be a contract that exceeds the CEO's delegation, and so it must come to the chamber regardless.
Yeah. Can we keep the background noise to a minimum? It's difficult to hear. Councillor, any other questions? Councillor Hanson.
Can I just, as far as carbon credits go, can I just have it just absolutely clarified how much money in this budget is allocated to carbon credits? Just a dollar figure, the full amount.
41,000.
Councillor Finnegan.
And is that figure recurrent, put in the recurrent budget for following years?
That's correct.
Thank you. Councillor Hanson, then Councillor Costin. Councillor Hanson, did you have a...
Well, just to clarify with the carbon credits, are there carryover amounts from other years that are in the budget?
The budget before you doesn't include any carryovers, but in the current financial year, there is a carryover from the previous year of 35,000, plus the 40,000 that was allocated this year that hasn't been spent. If there isn't any, to my understanding, the offsets haven't yet been, they're in the final stages of getting purchased, but that you've already resolved to purchase the 25,000. The balance of the unspent money for purchasing offsets in accordance with your April resolution would be carried forward to next financial year, in addition to then the new allocation of 41,000 that would be in the budget, if that's what council decides tonight.
Thanks, Mr.
So
McNeil.
what will happen to the, I guess, the amount less the 25,000, the 35 plus the 40 less the 25? What's the plan for that money?
The April resolution calls for that money to be held, to be used to support the Blue Water electrification project if it's successful.
I just wanted to make that clear. So the only money in this budget is the 41? Yeah. Okay.
Correct. Thank you.
I've just got a question around G21. In the budget, we've got an allocation, I think, or a membership of 47,000, which was not the officer recommendation. My question is, what was the amount requested by G21?
G21 didn't actually specify an amount. They presented at a confidential briefing to councillors some financial modelling. The financial modelling indicated what the original or previous contributions look like and what various scenarios of reduced contributions look like if all councils were putting in similar amounts, i.e. 40%, 60%, whatever, and requested that councils consider those scenarios and decide what contribution each council would make. There wasn't a request for a specific amount.
And I think we know, what Geelong has done, and my understanding is that Golden Plains have decreased their amount to a per capita contribution, similar to Geelong.
They, similar to Geelong, yes, not based on a per capita calculation, based on a proportion compared to their previous contribution that is similar to the proportion Geelong did. There was no per capita calculation.
They have decreased their amount.
They've decreased it so that the percentage of, well, actually I don't know because they were to determine that with their budget meeting as well, and I think that might have been last night, I don't know. But my understanding is that they proposed in their budget a figure that was a similar percentage of their previous amount to the percentage Geelong has effectively put in. Yep.
Yes, which is similar to what the officer recommendation was for G21.
The officer recommendation put to this council in April was for a similar percentage as well.
Yep, thank you.
But it wasn't a request, that was my recommendation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on this item? No other questions? Councillors? I now ask that we have a recommendation from officers with a report for our consideration. Do any councillors wish to move a motion? Councillor Arnott.
Through you, Mayor White, I have an alternate motion which effectively picks up the officer's recommendation and adds further points to it as on the screen there. So the previous screen showed the officer's recommendation plus 11, 12, 13AB and 14 on this screen.
Councillor Arnott, can I ask you to read through the amendment,
So it acknowledges the merit of the community submission to the draft budget 24-25 that raised the opportunity for a playground in Lavers Hill and requests that officers seek to identify alternative funding sources to undertake the community consultation design of a playground in Lavers Hill to enable it to become a construction-ready project. So it doesn't add money into the budget, it looks for opportunities to achieve that. We're hoping we can do that out of the transfer table. 12 determines that the 41K for the purchase of carbon offsets in the recurrent operations of the budget 24-25 should instead be used for the purposes of establishing an annual tree planting program within the council's future recurrent operations. This is in addition to the $60,000 allocation, the operation project for street tree planting in 24-25. So it's a total of just a shy over 100,000 for that project now. So that's removing it from carbon offsets. We will not be purchasing carbon offsets out of the budget. That will be using it for this purpose otherwise. Number 13 notes that the budget 24-25 includes an amount of 47K for the Geelong Regional Alliance. And B, if council resolves to not fully use the budget of G21 amount, it will result in a variance to the adopted budget and contribute to the net result of the financial year. The purpose of that is to pay due deference to the notice of motion that Councillor Hanson puts up, so that it's very, very clear that the 47,000 is a budget allocation, but it doesn't need to be spent subject to the outcome of the notice of motion of Councillor Hanson, so as to give respect to that. And number 14 includes an additional action separate to actions identified for strategy 4.2.5 that will update the current financial plan to ensure that it incorporates council current financial position and projection to inform the development of the budget 25-28 and ensure that the projected deficits are considered when the new 10-year financial plan is developed at the start of the next council term.
Thanks, Councillor. I just need a bit of clarification there. You read out 25-28, but it's actually got 25-26.
Sorry, my misread from here. 25-26, I acknowledge that.
Thank you. You second that? Is it to be opposed?
Graham wants to clarify that because I must acknowledge that note 14 did come from Councillor Costin, so if he's got an issue there, I'd prefer him to clarify it.
Thank you. Councillor Costin, can you...
Thank you,
Seconded
Councillor.
by Councillor Hart.
So, just in relation to 14 there, Councillor Arnott, separate to the actions identified for strategy 4.2.5, that should include the words annual action plan in there somewhere, perhaps before actions, to make it clear that we're referring to the annual action plan. Yeah.
yes, that makes it clearer.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Costin. So, Councillor Arnott, you confirm that's the motion you're moving?
The motion I'm
Is that
moving is
amendment?
those points as amendment to the officer's recommendation as addition to that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have a seconder.
Yeah, and just to clarify, this is essentially a standalone resolution that just happens to reflect most of the
The red
officer
bits.
recommendation.
It's a motion. Okay, thank you. So we have a second to Councillor Hart. Is it to be opposed? You want to move an amendment? Go through. Okay, Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mayor White. And I'll just... I guess it's with pleasure that I would like to put this budget forward to the community. We're very fortunate to have a management and executive that's found over 1.4 million in savings over current budgets by examining the structure of council and the duties of employees, finding opportunities to fill many vacancy places that are central to the running of this council, yet building in efficiencies. I note there's been no actual increase in full-time equivalent employees in council over time. We hear so often about people being concerned about things not being done, how long it takes to get planning or building permits. We need people to get things done. Councils throughout the state are crying out for good staff, and there's a recognised statewide staff shortage, so especially amongst regional councils such as Colac Otway Shire. So I'm very, very pleased to see this budget and moving forward the actions of executive has been to fulfil those places, to make sure that we have in front of us this agenda right here now, that we have in front of us the budget, that we have in front of us a number of other reports that are in play. We would be, in my view, the envy of many councils to have the setup that we have. We've had a number of briefings and any number of opportunities for councils to have input to this budget up to this point in time. It hasn't occurred overnight, like we commented on other things. This has been going on for quite some time, since late last year. Within the budget, from my perspective, it's great to see with funding for the soccer strategies that we can proceed to find a permanent home for them. And make no mistake, I'm not going to rest at that. It will cost quite a few $1 million to get that achieved, and we need the reports that this will bring out to try to get funding for that. But we also need to try to find a solution for them in the short term, and I'd like to see some work on that, and that will come forward in the future. It's great to see such a continuing, consistent capital works program. Like all other councils, we don't have sufficient money to do everything we'd want to do. We'll never have more money than we can have to spend, so we need to get past that. We did receive a capital injection a few years ago that has been held forward and provided the opportunity to do consistent works each year, year in, year out. That means at the moment, because that capital injection is being spent down, partly it's adding to the deficit that we're talking about, but it's not a cash deficit because we have the reserves there to fix it. And our deficit is fed by about a $5 million move in the valuation of our assets. And so that's not something we need to immediately cash up, but it is something we need to be aware of, that in the future we'll have to repair those assets. So we'll have to find the money for that at some stage if we want those assets to remain in good condition. And that's really the purpose of that report. I'm just trying to catch up on where I'm at here. My understanding is I have more than 3 minutes. Is that correct?
You've just moved over the 3 minutes. If you'd like to wind it up, please, Councillor Arnott.
Point of
You got
order.
5?
It's 5 minutes.
5, yes, because we had no.
Yes, sorry,
opposed.
Mayor White,
Yeah.
that was my understanding, so
Yeah,
that's what
sorry.
I'm moving towards.
You're
My
right.
apologies. Okay, thank you. Okay. I think it's important to understand that people are the key to this organisation. It is what makes it tick. It is what allows things to be delivered to everyone within our community. And that when funding does become available, we do need more people on the ground to make sure that we can deliver that, and that's paid for out of that funding. So you'll see in the budget there, things like the OPA services, the service to our older citizens and such, they're funded by themselves. They're actually small surpluses in most of those things. So to suggest that all salary and wages come out of rates is actually a bit of a nonsense. And a simple comparison is Colac Otway, 30 million rates, employee costs around 25 million. Ararat, 14 million rates, employee cost 11. Southern Grampians, rates 24 million, employee cost 20. We're getting a bit of a theme going here, folks. Crangamott Shire Council, 25 million rates, 21 million employee costs. They're very, very crude comparisons. You can't just use those as measures. The reality is that our total council income is around about 79 million, I believe. So if we take out our 25 million costs, that's 31%. So the vast majority of our money is actually spent on delivering programs to people. The rest of the council cost of employees is actually paid for by those programs. I think that's really, really important for people to understand. That doesn't come out of rates. It's not all just out of your pocket. It's being paid along the way. So within that context, I would put this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Arnott. Councillor Hart.
I'll reserve, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Hart. Councillor Hanson.
My amendment would be, and I don't know where it would fit, would be to reduces the recurrent operations budget, that is allowance for council's contribution to G20 Regional Alliance, to 28,412 from 2024-2025. I'm very glad to see that my amendment for removing carbon offsets is already in there.
So you want to propose an amendment to reduce the recurrent operations budget. So
For G21, not
G21.
not
Yeah,
point
yeah.
11.
Yep.
Because it's already in there.
Okay, so do you want to read that out and then we'll get a second?
Just delete the first, delete point 11, because that's already in there, which is, I'm very pleased about it. Yes, well, I've seen some amazing amendments in this chamber recently. Yes, I'm just wondering why that recommendation wasn't there last meeting, but anyway.
Is it to be seconded? Seconded. Thank you. Is it to be opposed?
I've got a question, Mayor, which of course can be allowed at any time. Does this, I'm not clear on whether this changes the commitment to G21, and where, if this was passed, does the rescission motion still be considered? Because it's not clear from this. We have a motion that says that we're contributing 47,000 and that's subject to rescission motion, I get that. But if this was passed, doesn't the motion that says we're contributing 47,000 still stand unless it's rescinded? And you would have the odd situation that you're only putting 28,000 odd in the budget, but potentially the decision that has already been made that we sign up for 47,000 still stands. I would have thought that the only way to deal with that would be a rescission motion, And I may have a point of order, but I'd appreciate some clarification on this issue first, please.
So through the chair, my response, Councillor Hart, would be that the decision of council from April in relation to G21 membership and its contribution to a membership is effectively on hold until council considers the rescission motion and determines whatever the way forward is on that. The budget allowance, we always try and strive to make sure that we've accommodated the expected commitment in the budget. Regardless of what the budget amount ends up, 47 or 28, regardless of that, council still needs to actually resolve what its membership and contribution will be when it gets to the rescission. So if there is a difference, it will result in either a favourable or unfavourable variance to the adopted budget.
Councillor Finnegan.
On that basis, and knowing that the budget was scheduled for this meeting, should we not have altered the order of business so the rescission motion could have been dealt with before the budget?
Well, if it's dealt with, then, yeah, does it make the rescission motion redundant? It's the question. No, it's still...
Well, yeah.
Okay. Yep. All right, so we've got an amendment before us, moved by Councillor Hanson. Have we got a seconder? Councillor Finnegan. Is it to be opposed? Councillor Hart. Councillor Hanson, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, thank you very much. I want to start off by saying this isn't a discussion about whether G21's a good thing or not a good thing. I fully support being a member of G21. You know, there's been some really positive things with that regional alliance. I fully support it. I think over the years they have been part of the achievement and some, you know, very good outcomes for this region. Whether they could have been achieved with or without G21, we'll never know. But G21 has been there, and I think it is. I think it is positive to have a regional voice. That said, G21 has changed, and it has really changed, I guess, due to the fact that Geelong has decreased its commitment to G21, and G21 has always sort of had an arrangement with its councils that funding was based on a per capita payment and pretty much around, you know, population. So Geelong, with the most populous council, funds the biggest proportion. And that's how we sort of got to this amount that Colac Otway funded, around 47,000. But Geelong has significantly decreased their funding, and therefore on that revised amount, if you keep those proportions, we would pay around 28,000, you know, 28,500 to G21. That is what the officers recommended to us. G21, the chair and the deputy chair, came down to visit councillors. They said they fully understood that councils had very tight budgets and they weren't going to ask us to continue funding the full amount. They do have to make some changes at G21, but I think they can still deliver the core of what they're there for, which is that regional voice. And I think that is a positive thing. And they probably have to pare back some of the nice-to-do things that they probably once did. So my real question is, and it's never really explained to me, why other councillors would want to fund G21 for an additional $20,000 that they did not ask for. The council officers didn't recommend it. They recommended that we go with the, you know, use whatever term you want, the proportional fee for G21, which is $28,500. Golden Plains Council has done a similar thing. They have decreased their funding to G21. And like it does beggars belief really why in such a tight budget where we're telling our community that we haven't got money to fund things, why we would be giving G21 an extra $20,000 when they did not ask for it and our officers did not recommend it. There's a lot of things that could be done in our community with that money. And it's not just $20,000 in one budget, it's the next budget and it's the next budget. That's $60,000 and ongoing and ongoing. While we're part of G21, I think the best thing for G21 would be for them to readjust their budget and get on with the new G21 with decreased funding. I just see no point why we're sort of ripping off our own community when we can still achieve what G21 has been all about, but with this decreased funding. And I do just drive home that Golden Plains have also decreased their funding to G21. So other councils like Surf Coast and Queenscliff contribution to D21 is quite small. They are a small borough, but we also know a very wealthy borough as well. Maybe they can afford it. And same with Surf Coast. But we know what our budget is. We know what our deficit is. And it starts with the little things. I've heard it said in this chamber a number of times, oh, but it's only $5,000 or $20,000 out of a $40 million budget or, you know, whatever. It's the little things. It's all the little things that add up. Our community can do a lot of things with $20,000. So it'd be really difficult for me to support a budget that had that additional funding in there when there are so many things that we could be funding in this community.
Councillor Hanson, Councillor Finnegan.
I'll reserve.
Reserve. Councillor Hart.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. This is as much about process as anything else. First of all, we have a rescission motion on the books which we're considering later in this meeting. Currently, our position is that we fund for $47,000. It's entirely appropriate that the budget reflects that, and even if this resolution's passed, you could end up with the odd situation where you still agreed to fund $47,000, but you've only allocated $28,000 to the budget. Colac Otway Shire has benefited from its membership of G21 over many years and to a multiple of its contributions. Even just since the April council meeting, Colac Otway secured a $2 million grant to deal with key worker housing issues in Apollo Bay and Colac. The support of G21 for all these various projects has been essential, with other coastal councils also contributing to a similar level as previously, which Councillor Hanson's just pointed out, Queenscliff, Surf Coast and currently Colac Otway. There is a significant opportunity to have an increased focus on coastal related issues. I think if we let G21 be cut back to the bones, which is essentially what the 28,412 does, it means they can open the doors, but quite as has been mentioned, it will restrict their capacity to do projects. There have been significant in-auspicing projects that have benefited this region. Just one of those is the Colac 2050 project, which led to various rezonings in Colac for residential land. That's a role that is very important with G21. Auspicing projects and project management, if you like. It's not just an advocacy role. You cut G21 back to the bone, you basically restrict them to an advocacy role and a bare bones operation. So of course G21 gave several different options. They gave several different options, and contributing at the same level as we used to was one of those options. What really puzzles me with this is the drivers of reducing this are the same that supported having a deputy mayor. A deputy mayor at a cost of $20,000 extra a year. I would say our community gets much more better return from a strongly supported G21 with the capacity to lobby and to auspit projects than to put in $20,000 a year in the pockets of a councillor to be deputy mayor. Much better rate of return. It is short-term thinking, and it doesn't even, having this amendment doesn't necessarily achieve what the councillors are trying to achieve. That should be dealt with in the rescission motion, and we should continue the funding in the budget. It's only spent if that rescission motion would fail.
Any other wish to speak? Councillor Arnott.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor White. just quite disturbed by the way that this motion's been put forward like this in a procedural manner. There is a rescission motion there. I put an amendment up to this motion, or an alternative motion in the first place, which pays complete respect to Councillor Hanson's capacity to bring that motion and to have detailed discussion around that. Now what we've had is a budget of $60 million turned into a discussion around 20 grand. Difference. Now hang on, this is what we're doing. So we're trying to bring forward a discussion about a motion which there already is there, and it's already been allowed for. So the 47,000 that's in the budget doesn't have to be spent on G21. It can be spent on anything else we want to if the rescission motion comes through. Whatever's left over, someone can make a decision about that. It does not impede the capacity of that rescission motion to go through. That's why I put it in the way I did, in a respectful manner. So, and for Councillor Hanson to put that motion forward. I just think that this is quite extraordinary way to try to achieve an outcome, and I endorse all the comments that Councillor Hart has said. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Arnott. Councillor Potter?
Thanks, Mayor. Look, I've got a slightly different view to Councillor Arnott. I think Councillor Hanson has been very clear on this from the start about her view on the money, and she has the right to bring this amendment. However, I'll be speaking against the amendment, as I believe the extra contribution to G21 is well worth it. It's valuable. As Councillor Hart pointed out, our two neighbouring shires that border the water have different issues to Golden Plains and have some commonality with us in relation to extra things that we will need G21 to advocate for, as far as erosion and potentially off-sea projects and all the rest of it. Recently, I represented you, Mayor, in Spring Street with a G21 delegation, and the access to politicians was extraordinary via G21, and some of those indicate an interest in coming to Colac Otway Shire and looking at some projects, including the Highview Trail and the Apollo Bay and so forth. G21 will need to make sure they've got the funds to help auspice those visits and so forth and continue that advocacy work. And I view this as a great investment on behalf of the community.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Councillor Costin?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sympathetic to this motion, but I would prefer to see it addressed through the rescission notice, and I note that the motion that we had before us, before it was amended, Councillor Arnott's motion did include an opportunity for the rescission notice to be, the rescission motion to be addressed and voted on and accommodated in the budget at that time. And the rescission motion has some additional points in it which I think add value to it. So, although I'm sympathetic, I think a better way to go, Councillor Hanson, would to be withdraw this at this time and let's debate it as a rescission notice.
Thanks, Councillor Costin. Councillor Finnegan.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and I appreciate hearing from other councillors on Councillor Hanson's amendment. I'm certainly I think I've been pretty clear, I've always been against the retaining the original amount of funding for G21 after the organisation downsized post Geelong's initial exit and upon then coming back. The reality was that when we had a presentation done to us, given to us I should say, by the Chair and Deputy Chair of G21, it was essentially said to us, it would be nice to have this amount, but we can definitely do the work that we do off the prorated amount of $28,412. And I think that it's important in these times, particularly as I've stated before, when we are running a budget, going to be projected to run a budget deficit of $5,263,000, which is only going to go up in the forward estimates, that we should cut spending where possible. This is one area where we didn't need to spend the money to spend that extra $20,000, where we could have used that extra $20,000 on any number of projects that the community was crying out for, but instead councillors elected at the time to increase funding to G21. And I disagree with that. I support Councillor Hanson's amendment, and we'll see how it goes with the vote.
Thanks, Councillor Flanagan. Right, a reply, Councillor Hanson.
Yeah, I'd just like to just make comment about, the fact that this motion has disturbed a councillor. It's allowable, and I think if you've got an issue with it, probably take it up with the mayor. I guess for me, and maybe, I obviously heard something different when G21 came to speak with us. They didn't say we were cutting them back to the bare bones. I don't think that was, I did not hear that from them. I did not hear that they wouldn't be able to do the work that they did. I did not hear that at all. I heard some understanding for tough budgets of councils, and I thought that was, really good of the chair and the deputy chair to come down and say that to us. I was sort of flabbergasted to see that, the increase just so willingly got supported. So obviously I was in a different briefing, heard very different things. And that's, I guess, what the officers heard as well, because that was their recommendation. Officers did not say to us that this was going to cripple G21. I don't want to do that. But I do think this renewed focus that they do have with, I guess, decreased funding is actually quite positive. I actually think it's a positive thing for G21. It sets them up to be around for a very long time rather than possibly a model that had become unsustainable. So I actually think it's a positive thing and we should set them up for a long time, I think. And that's why I'm just flabbergasted that councillors are so willing to, seem so willing just to just to overfund G21.
Thank you, Councillor Hanson. Councillors, I'll put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour of the amendment? Those against? 3, 4, 4, 3. Division? All those in favour of the amendment? Councillor Finnegan, Councillor Costin, Councillor Hanson. Those against? Councillor Hart, Councillor Potter, Councillor Arnott, Councillor White. So, yeah.
May I ask whether I'm the only one that's feeling it's getting a bit dark here?
A bit dark. Do you need a bit of light? Oh, that's a bit bright. That's just good. No, a little bit more. Thank you. We were asked whether it was going to get dark or not. So that takes us back to the substantive motion that Councillor Arnott has moved and has spoken to. Councillor Hart has reserved, if I remember correctly, and now I'm asking for other councillors to speak. Councillor Finnegan.
I would like to flag that I've got a couple of amendments that I'd like to move, and I can start with one of them, which is, pardon me. One of them that is, I guess, the first amendment I have, which is up on the screen there. So it's to take the, pardon me, to take Councillor Arnott's motion and to add the following point, which is to include as part of its adoption to the budget 2024-25, the following project allocations to be funded from the Strategic Projects Reserve Bruce Street sale proceeds. A, $60,000 to install 3-phase power at the Lake Colac foreshore. B, $25,000 to build an off-leash dog park at one of the council-owned or managed reserves or parks within Colac. C, $5,000 for a pedestrian/zebra crossing with associated signage on Main Street, Birregurra. And D, $5,000 for a pedestrian/zebra crossing with associated signage on Main Street, Biak.
Thank you, Councillor Finnegan. Do I have a seconder for Councillor Finnegan's amendment?
Mayor, can we ask some questions,
Yes,
please? And
yes.
I'm guessing that Councillor Finnegan's moving this as point 15, perhaps it might have become.
Yes, I think and it's the point after, I guess, yeah, 14, yes. So the numbers have danced around a bit. I think the...
Yeah, so that 11's not relevant. Yep. So, Councillor Finnegan.
was...
Question, sorry.
questions,
Sorry, Stephen. I thought that was your question.
I'm going to ask them probably back to front a bit, but the...
We're going to get some questions to clarify some of the points. Yeah, maybe not.
The first...
That's a bit, sorry, Councillor Hart, I think that's a bit unusual, but I think that's probably appropriate. That'll be okay.
Questions are allowable at any time, I checked. Councillor Hart, questions?
Okay.
Okay. Well, the first question's in relation to C and D, which are both similar projects. Is council confident that's sufficient budget, and does council know? Would council know where exactly these particular projects have to be installed from this resolution?
Council doesn't have information on the background to the budget. If council chooses to fund the allocations, I think we'll treat them the way we do our normal projects. We'll go through the scoping, make an estimate, and then if we think we need to see a budget adjustment, we'll be coming back to council and seeking a direction on a budget adjustment.
Another question, Councillor Hart.
It's all about the this amendment. So whereabouts is this off dog leash park going to be? It's going to be within Colac. Do we know which one it's? How's that going to be resolved?
Don't have
Question myself or...
Councillor Finnegan?
Yep. So the way I see the wording of that motion, it says one of the council-owned or managed reserves or parks within Colac. I believe this would give sufficient scope to officers and indeed councillors to nail down the detail a bit later as to figure out which reserve or park may be the most suitable to such a facility.
And so just on
Yeah.
that, is council confident that the 25,000 is sufficient for that particular project?
Officers don't have background to be able to scope and estimate it, and again, if council chooses to fund projects without that pre-work, we'll do enough work to come back and seek an adjustment if needed later when we have it.
Councillor Costin?
I wonder if Councillor Finnegan would be prepared to separate this out into 3 or 4 separate proposals.
My hesitance to do that, and I was advised by the governance manager slightly earlier that we've got 2 amendments up our sleeve, as we understand it, per item, or is that too sequential? On that advice, I would be happy to separate them out, but the question is, I'd be happy to separate them out into individual amendments. But
So you're agreeing to separate them out into individual amendments?
That's 5.
that's 4.
4.
And then I've got another one up my sleeve as well.
So that's...
Is there a limit on the number of amendments?
That's
I
what
think that's
I-
the
Goes to the
government's
item.
issue.
Yeah.
Parts, okay. So we can suggest. Okay. That's probably a better way to... Well, we just get some advice on how we pursue this from the governance manager.
Councillor Finnegan, through you, Mayor, it might be worth just considering that the rules do limit you to 2 amendments consecutively. Whilst you can put forward an unlimited number of amendments, you would need to put forward 2, and then there would need to be other business conducted before you then had a right to put forward the next 2. So the other alternative councillors could consider, and that the Mayor may consider, is simply voting on A, B, C, D and E in parts so that we can deal with each separately.
Yeah, no, I'm just looking for them to be dealt with separately.
Yep, so if we vote in parts, we can, yep, okay.
And then I have questions of officers also.
And did you have a question further to that?
Governance perspective, what really our governance manager is saying that Councillor Finnegan can only move two, and then somebody else would have to move an amendment before
No,
Councillor.
someone else has to have the opportunity to move an amendment, doesn't have to move an amendment.
No, but you can't do two sequential. Did you have another question, Councillor Costin?
The 60,000 to install three-phase power at Lake Colac foreshore, is that included in the draft Colac Botanic Gardens master plan?
I think it might be in the lake. I think it might be right, Kate.
In the original lake master plan, is it included in the Botanic Gardens master plan, which includes that lake foreshore?
Not sure.
Through you, Mayor, I'm happy to take
Mr.
this
Sheeran.
one. Yeah, so both the Lake Colac Foreshore Master Plan, which was developed around 2016-17, and the draft Colac Botanic Gardens Master Plan do recommend developing the foreshore in a better way for events, which would, it might not be specific about power upgrade, but I think it was in the Lake Colac Foreshore Master Plan, but certainly it will be consistent with the master plans.
But it's not directly in there, and I assume there's the opportunity to propose an amendment to include it in the master plan. Look, I don't know off the top of my head, Councillor Costin, but certainly to improve the foreshore to cater for events, you would need to do a power upgrade. Okay, thank you. In relation to the off-leash dog park, do we have any strategy or plan or similar that could
Mr. Sheeran?
Could underpin this?
Through you, Mayor, the City Reserves master planning work that we did recently, the Central Reserve master plan identifies an area for an off-leash dog park. So it's supported by the Central Reserve master plan.
So there is an identified space. Thank you.
Okay, and we have prepared an Apollo Bay Community Infrastructure Plan which proposed pedestrian zebra crossings of Pascoe Street. I'm wondering if there's any similar plan, a strategy or plan for similar crossings in Birregurra or Biak.
Through you, Mayor, I'm not aware of proposals for those crossings in any adopted plans.
Am I allowed
Thank
to
you.
ask a question? Councillor Potter, have you got a question?
I think Councillor Finnegan might want to make a point that was just raised, so
Yeah,
I'll hold off.
I believe, and I could be wrong, was there something in the 2013 to 2023 footpath master plan? Because I was looking at that before and I thought I saw something on there around a pedestrian crossing strategy. I could be wrong, but I said I was looking at that.
I'd have to take that on
before.
notice. I'm not familiar with that. Thanks.
Councillor Potter.
Thanks, Matt. Question for officers. I think both those roads for the where the crossings proposed are not ours. Do we have the ability to tell Vic Roads that we're funding or potentially funding a crossing on their roads?
Through you, Mayor, Council would need to seek the support of the Department of Transport and Planning for those crossings. So if that support was granted, then Council could spend the money on the crossings, but essentially their consent would be required for that.
And if
Thank you. Okay.
Sorry.
We better wind up these questions. It's taking... Yeah, we're
With
still on
due respect,
questions.
questions need to go
Yeah,
as long
just
as
to
questions need
clarify
to go.
your amendment, and we haven't got a seconder for the amendment. So that's given us more information on which somebody might want to second the amendment. Have we got a seconder? We haven't got a seconder, so the amendment lapses. Thank you, councillors.
I'll move my next one. Sorry. Might read it off. Might read it off the sheet in front of me rather than looking up there. The next amendment would be a following point on from where we left off, so I believe point 14 still we would be up to. Would say, so where are we? So the council would add in the following point at point 14 to reduce expenses in the following areas with savings to be directed to the budget bottom line by conducting the following. A, lowering spending on staff by 10%, $2,692,700 from $26,297,000, pardon me, to from $26,297,000 to $23,667,300, with the reduction to come from not filling current vacancies totalled at $770,000, or increasing headcount and reducing the salary budget for management and conducting a review to eliminate doubling up and waste within management roles. B, eliminating free councillor lunches at briefings, saving $2,000 per annum. And C, council note these savings will equate to $2,631,700, or just over half of the projected budget deficit of $5,263,000.
Do we have any questions on that before we go for a seconder?
Well, you got a point of order.
Point of order?
Yeah. Whilst I accept that some general comment on the budget for the staff is probably allowable, I draw your attention to 51.4 that you can't allow a motion that is outside council's legal powers. Then I take you to the Local Government Act, which in section 28.3 refers that the role of councillors doesn't include the responsibilities or functions of the CEO. Then you go to the functions of the CEO, 46.3, which is all staffing matters, the organisational structure and the remuneration, all that stuff. The only staff that we can possibly have influence on remuneration is the CEO. This is talking about targeting the salary budget specifically for management. If it was a broad motion that said cutting the budget and asking the CEO to come back with some suggestion how that's to be achieved, arguably that would be within, but I would point it, this is not within council's power to start directing who's going to have less salaries.
Yes, I think the spending on staff.
Reducing salary budget.
Yeah,
Reducing the salary budget for management.
For management.
The advice I received, and just using the crib notes, and please, if I am getting this wrong, governance manager, feel free to correct me at any point, was that was acceptable terminology. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor, the advice given was that in respect of the previous draft, that certainly it was quite clear that that a suggestion that council could determine management salaries would have been absolutely clearly outside of council's powers. The reference was amended from that to the reference here, which is a reduction in the salary budget, which is within council's powers, being the salary line within the profit and loss statement. The broader issues that Councillor Hart raises, obviously, also need to be considered in the context of the Mayor's determination regarding the point of order.
So I think given that advice, we can't accept that amendment as it's worded. Are you prepared, or would you like to reword that amendment?
I'd be happy to reword that amendment, and I'd be requesting a short adjournment, so that
So
can
you
be done
can,
now
we
with the
can,
view of
we can work that
Cameron, so we
through.
can work that.
I think
Yep.
that's a good suggestion. Thank you.
Can we all take a short break?
Yes,
please?
I think that's what we're
Thank you.
suggesting, so that can be reworded to make it. So can we just make it 5 minutes? Thank you. All right. Are we ready to go, everybody? It's been a long 5 minutes. Are we streaming? Yes. Just to recap where we were at, we had a point of order from Councillor Hart regarding the wording of the amendment, and to be compliant, Councillor Finnegan has agreed to change the wording to enable us to progress. Councillor Finnegan, would you like to confirm your amendment, please, and read it out?
Yes, Mayor. So, as stated after, in response to Councillor Hart's point of order, we have reworded the amendment to make it compliant, and I'm thankful to yourself as Chair for allowing that. So the amendment now reads, Council make the following amendments to reduce expenses in the following areas, with savings to be directed to the budget bottom line by conducting the following. A, lowering the budget employee costs by 10%. B, removing free council lunches at briefings, saving $2,000 per annum.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for Councillor Finnegan's amendment? We don't have a seconder, so the amendment lapses. Thank you, Councillor Finnegan and others. Now we'll go back to the substantive motion, which I've got to remember, is Councillor Arnott has spoken to it, Councillor Hart has reserved. We are now asking other councillors if they wish to speak. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Look, this budget is presented with a deficit, largely due to depreciation of an increased value of our assets. But it's a deficit nonetheless, and you know, most people don't like deficits, of course, although some economists would say they're okay, and we regularly see deficits from federal and state governments, but we don't want to be in the state of our current state government, that's for sure. And a knee-jerk reaction to this is not helpful. We need a balanced and structured and practical approach to reducing this moving forward, and we've already discussed a review of our long-term financial plan, and meaningful discussions with our finance team will help. We don't need, you know, vote grabbing and throwaway lines. We need some strategy and common sense moving forward. Just my comments in relation to that part of the budget. There's some good news that we've touched on previously, money for the pump track planting in Berry, hoist for blue water, money for more tree plantings, which are responses to some of the submissions of the budget, but also councillors that form those views as well, independently of those submissions. I do want to mention the large commitment to OPAS. There's been some negativity around that commitment that I read. You know, I would say, why would you not invest in the elderly and those that need assistance and care? Why would you not invest in our hard-working, dedicated staff who provide a service so highly valued by the community? This investment adds to a business that already makes a small profit, which clearly has the potential to grow and make some significant profitable returns to council in the long term. But it needs investment to really kick it off properly. We need to provide services to the vulnerable, services of a high standard, and which are highly valued by our clients and family. So I'm going to vote in favour of passing this budget as it is, but I did just want to touch on the OPAS situation and hopefully provide a bit of perspective on that.
Thanks, Councillor Potter. Other councillors wish to speak? Councillor Costin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to thank our staff, our officers in the preparation of this budget. It's been a mammoth task, and for officers, the preparation of the next year's budget will start as soon as this one is passed. And I'd like to thank the community members who took the time to read the budget and to make submissions. And also thank you to fellow councillors for working together with officers to help prepare this budget. And we must respect that there are different views in the room, but this has been handled in a respectful manner. Thank you very much, fellow councillors. A significant portion of our revenue goes towards providing services and towards operating and maintaining our assets. And under the theme Enhanced Community Living, the budget will focus on improving these services and improving our infrastructure. We have a huge dollar value of assets. I don't know the exact number, but it's hundreds of millions. And just like a car, those assets, we've got to put fuel in the tank of those assets. We've got to undertake regular servicing, and we've got to provide a driver. And our staff are our drivers. The assets don't provide the services by themselves. We need drivers. I'm concerned that the simplistic and populist focus on staff reductions will result in lower service levels. But that's not to say we shouldn't continue to look for service efficiencies and improvements and reduce costs. There are lots of good projects in the budget. Road reconstructions are listed, street tree planting. The Apollo Bay Structure Plan in particular is something which has the potential to improve housing along our coast. We have youth engagement programs, building maintenance and councillor inductions, and we shouldn't negate or minimise the value of those inductions. But overall, I was disappointed in this budget for a couple of reasons. One, it proposed a $5.3 million deficit, which was a little bit of a surprise given our $15.9 million surplus last year. It makes us one of only 7 councils in Victoria to budget for a deficit in the coming year. And our deficit is high compared to those other councils which are proposing deficits. In terms of performance indicators, we are well behind the VAGO target of a 0% adjusted underlying result. And we're forecast to perform or to have an even higher deficit over the following 3 years. That will probably attract the attention of the local government department, which is not a good thing. But more importantly, the level of deficit is clearly not sustainable. And for these reasons, we need to review our long-term financial plan, and we need to do it sooner rather than later. And I thank Councillor Arnott for including my proposed amendment incorporating my proposed amendment into his alternate motion, that we review, that we update our long-term financial plan, that we look at our financial risks and we prepare a financial map that will go some way to getting us back into a budget surplus as soon as possible.
Councillor Costin, you're way over at the moment.
And we should do that before we prepare the next budget, and that's what's proposed. I could say more about carbon offsets, which I think is a good thing that we're not proceeding with those. When we first agreed to provide carbon offsets, we had a substantial surplus and now we're in deficit. We have to economise in some areas. I think that's enough to say, but on the basis of a review of our long-term financial plan as part of our next budget preparation, I'm happy to support this budget proposal. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Costin. You've got a good go. Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Finnegan?
Thank you, Mel. Thank you, Mayor. Originally, councillors were initially told during budget workshops that we had less than 400 grand to allocate the project between us. That was $400,000 out of more than $59 million in revenue. Now, thankfully, councillors have managed to get some wins into this budget, including ring fencing sale yard surpluses for spending on infrastructure and other projects at the sale yards, which is more critical and timely now that the Camperdown sale yards are closing. Money for tables and chairs by the Lake Foreshore, bollards outside Carlisle River Primary School, continued increased funding of Council's Youth Services program, which was struggling, new cricket nets for Apollo Bay, current funding for showcase Christmas events in both Colac and Apollo Bay, road resurfacing, and the Apollo Bay structure plan. Sadly, this is merely a drop in the ocean compared to the continual growth of council bureaucracy. Indeed, formal submissions were made to the draft budget on many of these matters, and they were ignored. In fact, after the submissions hearing 2 weeks ago, councillors were summoned to a briefing immediately after to make changes to the draft budget with no time to digest. That was a meeting I refused to partake in. We're scheduled to spend in excess of $26 million on our staffing budget, which, depending on the measurement, is in excess of 90% of our rate revenue, more than 44% of our total revenue. This is not sustainable. When you have a deficit in business, you look to make cuts. With a deficit in excess of $5 million, the community, indeed councillors, have asked that we reduce spending on the staffing budget, and it hasn't happened. I've tried tonight and I've failed. CEO's introduction and executive summary to this budget states the budget does not address the ongoing trend of deficits experienced by so many regional councils. Yet when you look at councils across the state, only 7 are running deficits, and we have far and away the second highest deficit of $5,263,000 behind only the Loddon Shire. Councillors should not stick their heads in the sand and pretend all is well. We should be prepared to fight back and say we should not be throwing our community's money into the bureaucratic black hole for ever diminishing returns. Thankfully, council elections are in October, and voters within the Colac Otway Shire will have the chance to hold councillors to account if we sit idly by and vote for a budget with a $5,263,000 deficit, which spends more than 90% of our rate revenue on staffing costs. Thank you.
Any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor Hanson.
Yeah, I would like to start by thanking the community who made submissions to the budget. A lot of work goes into the budget. An enormous amount of work does go into the budget by officers. And I think the interesting part of that is, and it does take a long time to prepare a budget. Councillors are involved at different stages along in that budget. But I have to be pretty open about it and say that councillors are involved at a high level. They don't get into the nitty-gritties of the budget. That is very much done by the officers. We really, if the budget was an iceberg, the councillors are sort of operating at the tip of the iceberg. And I guess, like Councillor Finnegan said, we just get to the end of the process, and there's just a little bit for councillors to tinker with, and that's where you end up with situations with no money in footpaths, but councillors could manage to scrape around and make some changes and, end up with about $80,000 in footpath. I do have some sympathy for Councillor Finnegan's motions, but amendments, but they just, I wasn't able to support them tonight. I just want to make some points about the budget. We are very heavily reliant on funding coming from other levels of government. If that funding dries up, we really have a lot of trouble funding anything. We have low levels of debt, which is extremely positive. I would err on the side of caution of increasing debt greatly due to the over-reliance that we do have on state and federal funding. And that really gets to my question that I asked about, how much money in the budget do we have allocated for some of these master plans, like the City Reserves Master Plan? Well, we don't have anything because we can't really afford to fund. We've got these plans, but we really can't afford to fund much. The one very positive ourselves, we have to rely on grants from other levels of government. Now, if that funding starts to dry up, then, you know, it's very difficult for us to fund our new initiatives. I do have concerns around the $600,000 allocation that is for the councillor induction and the election. Yes, granted that we have to spend about $300,000 with the VEC, that's non-contestable, but the other money I think is an enormous amount, and I'm very uncomfortable about that. And you know, I think that's an area where possibly the new council could make some savings. One of the positive things, I guess, about the motion that's on the table is the my amendment has been included to remove any money spent on carbon credits. And finally, I feel vindicated. Finally, councillors have heard the community. They do not want their resources spent on carbon credits. They want money spent in their communities, but it has taken far too long for the majority of councillors to hear the community. But finally they have, thank goodness. Well, it looks like that. For me, I think there's no surprise that our community satisfaction survey is probably one of the worst that we've had for a long time. And of particular note to me is the low rating in overall council direction. I think it scored 38. I think that's a fail in anybody's book. I wasn't surprised by that. I think people want more of their hard-earned dollars spent in their community. And something as simple as carbon credits has taken far too long for this council to listen to their community. We want to direct our funds towards a project that the community wants.
Thank you, Councillor Hanson. Councillor Hart, I think you're reserved.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. I'd like to start by thanking the community for their many submissions on the draft budget and thank council staff who helped councillors to formulate the budget. Currently, council has no debt and it does have significant cash balances. If the budget's adopted and the electrification project for Bluewater gets grant funding, council will still have very low debt of $500,000 compared to over $1 million at 30th of June 2020, just before this council term started. That project, by saving $140,000 in energy costs, will significantly reduce the net cost of Bluewater Fitness Centre. And the community's identified that as an issue, and the public and the council have seen that as a priority. At the MAV meeting in May, it was explained that construction costs have increased by over 22% in the 2 years following the pandemic. The rate increase allowed under the cap for the same 2 years was around 5%. Depreciation expense in council's budget, the start of this term was around $9 million. It was expected to be $9.4 million by the financial year we're looking at. In fact, it's $14.5 million, an increase of more than $5 million. Depreciation is not a cash expense. In part, it reflects an estimate of construction costs, and without that $5 million increase, we'd have close to a zero deficit. Council necessarily has insurance for its assets, legal liability and employee injury. In this budget, $1.66 million has been provided for insurances, including work cover. Anyone that insures a car, a house or a business will be well aware of the substantial increase in the cost of insurance in recent years. To put this in perspective, Council pays $861,000 to the Geelong Regional Library Service for library services. It's on page 109 of the agenda. Council pays almost twice that amount for council's insurance. Necessary but expensive. Without these substantial increases in depreciation, which in part reflects construction costs and increased insurance costs, council would probably not be in deficit. That said, of course the deficit is a concern. Many submissions have been responded to in this budget. Support for funding the Kennet River Lifesavers, emergency power backup for Apollo Bay, reallocating offsets for street trees, extra funding for the pump track and the Bluewater Fitness Centre hoist has been allocated through item 9.1. An acknowledgement that the Lavers Hill Playground has merit, but it is not funded. All that traffic that goes along the Great Ocean Road from Lorne and through to the 12 Apostles goes through Lavers Hill. Much of it stops at the Toilets and Barbecue, which is adjacent to the site of the playground. So I'll be supporting Councillor Arnott's resolution to adopt the budget with those various changes.
Thank you, Councillor Hart. Councillor Arnott, right of reply.
Thank you, Mayor White. And again, I'd say it's with pleasure that I bring the budget to the community for endorsement. And I also echo the comments of other councillors and actually do understand some of the concerns expressed by councillors in respect to the costs of running council and such. But to suggest that you can just go along and rip out a heap of people and solve the problem is just not going to work. We could use the word naive, but I would prefer to use ill-informed, because that's not the way business works. The reality is people are your greatest assets, and so that's what we've got. One of those assets is the staff that we have in the Opus group, and Councillor Costin Potter at least referred to that. And I think it's important to understand the demographics of Colac Otway Shire is continuing to change. We have a greater number of elderly people using that service than most other shires. We have a greater number of people living here of that age demographic, and that's slated to increase. We need to be ready for that. That's what the investment there is for. The reports I've compared that shows Colac Otway Shire to similar councils with deficits. We have got a deficit this year. Others have got deficits coming following years or had them in past years. A lot of that's just due to timing of funds hitting the bank. There's one the council which I won't name, but their deficit would be probably in the range of about $10 million if it wasn't for grants that they've got in there that they're spending, and that's fine. So they're cutting the cloth to suit. All councils are facing challenges with their rates. They're not meeting their expenses. There's a really good table put out by the Warrnambool City Council in their budget papers, which talks about increases similar to what Councillor Potter talked about, or was it Councillor Costin in the cost of building. But the electricity index, 13.5% increase. Building construction, 7.5%. This is in the last couple of years. Heavy and civil construction, 5.4%. 4.9% increase in road and bridge construction, and that's against an increase in rates of 2.75. It's just as well we've got a circumstance where our executive have found savings within our organisation. Our full-time equivalent, which is a very important measure of staff numbers, has not increased. Can I say that again? It has not increased. The only increases are due to salary and wages increases, and that's what they are entitled to receive. The vast majority of those employees are front of face, delivering services, not management. Blue water savings coming, as Councillor Hart said. There's $5 million depreciation in our deficit. Let's not forget that. It's not cash funded in advance. And if we pulled out the $500,000 that's not in this budget, that has been in previous budgets, that's assumed that we're going to receive a $500,000 grant, that grant is not recognised until we actually receive it. So we might get it this year, we might not, we don't know, but we're not going to assume any of that nonsense. So this is a real budget, and if we get that grant, well, then we'll actually break even. Isn't that great? Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Arnott. Look, before I put it to the vote, I just would like to also acknowledge the enormous effort that's gone into this and the community that have taken the time to have their input, the patience of the officers all throughout the sessions with us councillors and all the questions we've asked and the work they've done to answer our questions and follow up and assure us of where we're heading. I think councillors have talked about all the fabulous initiatives, and there is a lot of positives. But we do seriously take the time to think about the deficit, and we are very aware of it, and we need a considered approach. And I think Councillor Costin's further point will underline that. So I just want to thank everybody before I put it to the vote. So now, councillors, for the budget 2024-25, can I please call for a vote? All those in favour? Those against? Carried 5-2. Division. All those in favour? Councillor Hart, Councillor Potter, Councillor White, Councillor Costin, Councillor Arnott. Those against? Councillor Finnegan, Councillor Hanson. Thank you, everybody. And yeah, I also meant to say thank you for the respectful debate and acknowledge everybody for that too. Okay, let's move on to the next. Adoption of the annual plan, not item 9.5. The purpose of this report is to present the annual plan 24-25 to Council for endorsement. Councillors, before I ask for a motion, do any councillors wish to ask questions of officers? Councillor Costin.
Two questions. We just moved a motion which included an action to review, update or whatever our long-term financial plan. Will that be incorporated into this annual action plan or that sits somewhere else?
Not with the current recommendation. Council could choose to ask for that to be done.
Do we need to do that? Or is the previous
The action is captured.
resolution?
The action's captured already through the other resolution.
Okay, thank you. And in relation to advocacy, are we looking to prepare an advocacy document? Is that in the annual plan or are we looking at that separately?
Through the chair, yes, there is a review of the 2022 advocacy framework document underway. There've been a number of briefing discussions in recent months on that, and Councillor Costin, you might not have been involved, and we schedule one for the next month as well. So it's underway.
Thank you. When will we have that update, do you think? Will be in plenty of time for the next election, next federal election?
It's our aim to have that addressed in the next few weeks to months, but that will depend on what Council's plans are.
Yep,
Council
thanks very
does.
much.
Thank you. Any other questions of officers? No other questions. Councillors, the officers have provided a recommendation with a report for our consideration. Does any councillor wish to move a motion in relation to this? Councillor Hart.
Is that your motion?
Be seconded.
I'm happy to do that.
Is it to be opposed? Councillor Hart, can you confirm the motion you wish to move?
Yes.
Yes, it's the motion on the board. It's the officer recommendation. Thank you.
That is different to the recommendation that's in the schedule.
But you're confirming that's the one that you wish to?
That includes Councillor Costin's amendment, which you suggested was not needed.
Oh, was not needed. It might be my misunderstanding, Mayor, and perhaps I'll take some suggestions from the CEO.
Right, can I have some suggestions?
Not my motion, councillors. We're in your hands as always.
But I thought the answer was that this wasn't required because it was covered off.
That's right.
Earlier.
It's not
so
required.
therefore, Stephen, you could just Councillor Hodge.
I'd revert to the recommendation that's
to the
in
officers.
the published agenda.
So the officer's recommendation.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
You'll second that, Councillor Arnott?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any councillor, is it to be opposed? No. Councillor Hart?
I think this is a transparent and appropriate way, if you look in the agenda, of identifying what council will be working on in relation to the 24-25 year, and it does complement the budget. I supported the extra words that Councillor Costin had in relation to the budget, and for that reason we don't need to have that extra clarity here. I sort of see this action plan together with the extra words in the budget as working together, and I'm sure that that's how they'll be seen as by the organisation.
Thank you, Councillor Hart. Councillor Arnott, a seconder.
Thank you, Mayor White. Just to shortly endorse the comments as put before by Councillor Hart, and to acknowledge the efforts that Councillor Costin put through to make that amendment into the budget. motion, which then made this thing just come through as it is, and to acknowledge also that we have people, a variety of people in this council who see things that not in one person can and bring it forward to the meeting, and that achieves this sort of a better outcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Does any other councillor wish to speak? No other councillor wishes to speak, then I'll put it to...
Just before we vote, Mayor,
yeah.
I would feel a bit more comfortable if the motion on the screen reflected what we'd come back to before we vote.
Oh, the actual
please.
on the screen.
Yeah, because the one on the screen does no longer reflect.
To go back to...
Remove point 2, please.
Just remove point 2.
Thank you.
So that's, you'll confirm that's the motion, okay? And
Yes.
thank you, Councillor Arnott, you've seconded. No one else wishes to speak. Can I put it to the vote, please? All those in favour? Carried 7-0. Thank you, councillors. Move on to the grants program. I think some people will be happy about that. I think we've got a conflict that we need to declare. Mr. Sheeran?
Through you, Mayor, would just like to declare a general conflict of interest for item 9.6. As a community group that I'm affiliated with, submitted an application to the Council Grants Program.
Thank you. And I think there was Councillor Costin, you had a conflict. Microphone. Oh, it's the next one. Sorry. My writing's run down the page. Sorry. And that's the same for Councillor Arnott. Okay, so we'll proceed with this one. So the purpose of the report is to consider the proposed allocation of funds for the 24-25 Colac Otway Shire Grants Program. Before we ask for a motion, do any councillors wish to ask questions of officers? Councillor Arnott?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor White. I just think that for the benefit of the community, if we can ask one of the officers, please, to just walk us through what the process has been to achieve the outcomes that we're looking at. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor.
Thank you.
So the process involved, essentially we opened the grants in March and we had them open for 6 weeks and allowed for the community to submit applications for various projects in relation to community events, and there was also business grants. Throughout that process, we collate all the applications we receive, and essentially they are assessed against the grant guidelines, which councillors will have. And we follow a process of eligibility, testing each application against the grant guidelines, and we collate a group that is represented through officers in various departments in council, which take some time in assessing each application and really taking the time to assess the importance of that application and rating it against the guidelines. And then ultimately, there's an ongoing assessment process where we come to the conclusion about how we'll allocate each of the categories. And the categories do have a nominal budget allocated against them. So now that we've approved the budget, we have an allocation of $311,500 out of this year's budget to allocate towards these grants. In this year's applications, we had an extraordinary amount received, so we actually received in excess of that $311,500. So that meant that this year our process of assessing the grants and rating them became very important, and the details supplied in those applications also was important to allow us to assess the grants. And this year, because we were so subscribed in the order of $200,000, it did mean that we had to make some tough decisions.
Thank you. Any other questions of officers? No other questions of officers? Thank you. The officers have provided a recommendation with the report for our consideration. Does any councillor wish to move? Thank you, Councillor Potter. Councillor Finnegan would like to second. Is it to be opposed? Not to be opposed. Councillor Potter?
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I am pleased to move this motion. This is a good news story for councillors. Handing back money to community groups is a wonderful thing, and I note, and we've heard again from officers tonight, that it was oversubscribed. So occasionally that has happened, but the number of, in my experience, the number of applicants is the most that I've seen. So I think that's a great indication of activity within the community and a willingness of the community to come to council for help to get them going, whatever their project is. Unfortunately, we can't service all of them this year anyway. And sorry, Mayor, I did have a lot of notes that I'd made for the whole meeting, but I left them at home. But if you can just bear with me for a sec, if I can just mention a couple of groups, not singling them out per se, because this is a broad spread of community groups across the Shire, but groups like Western District Axemen Association. A group I hadn't heard of, Councillor Cost and Councillor Hart might know them, the Ridge to Cape Land Care Group, a Shrub Club Community Nursery. Lots and lots of different projects for different things across the Shire. It's just fantastic. The Filipino community applied for assistance. Otway Enduro Club, just to name a handful out of the 40. So great story, and I thank staff. There is a lot of work behind the scenes that has to go into this, and I thank staff for all that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Potter. Councillor Finnegan.
Really, this is one of the better parts of my job as a councillor, at least in my own view, is being able to, vote on giving money back to the community in the form of grants. And I think what's notable, particularly out of the 40 grants we're going to be handing out to different organisations around the Shire, is that the majority of them are actually based outside of Colac proper. So they're based at other parts within the Shire, and I think that's something very important to pick up on. Often we're accused of not spreading the love, and sometimes it can be true, it can be a valid criticism, but I think that, just looking at here, the Irrawilpy Sports and Entertainment Complex getting goalpost replacement, the Birregurra Mechanics Hall getting an outdoor stage for events, and as someone who's been to gigs at that hall, it's fantastic, and just seeing this lovely spreading of the funds, I guess, around our Shire and not just focusing on the one large or the main settlement within the Shire. And I guess a lot of thanks to our officers for helping us with this list, I guess, and doing a lot of the work behind the scenes. And lastly, thank you to the clubs and the organisations for applying, because, without you, we wouldn't have a lot of activities within our Shire. So, some people might accuse us of giving money willy-nilly or whatever, but I think that the money we're giving out here to these groups is well warranted. A lot of different activities, a lot of different, being able to help these groups do the work that they do and support our community and provide opportunities. So yeah, I'm really, really pleased to see the mix we've got in here.
Thank you, Councillor Finnegan. Does any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor Hanson.
Yeah, I just want to briefly say that this is community money going back to the community for the benefit of the community. It's the place where probably the Colac Otway Shire gets the best value for money, the best value for for our dollars, because it goes back to the community and there's a huge multiplier effect. The real work is done from the community. That most of these clubs, most of these groups applying for grants, the work that's put in is from volunteers, and it's it's an enormous amount of work that they put in to keep these groups going for the benefit of all of us. So I very much thank them for putting putting the effort they do in, and they really are the people that make this a great place to live.
Thank you, Councillor Hanson. Any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor Costin.
Thank you, Mayor. This is yes, a very pleasant task to see a long list of proposals that the community has submitted and that we're able to fund, or not fully fund, but provide seed funding. And as Councillor Hanson mentioned, our seed funding has a huge multiplier effect, and our community, it enables our community to achieve what we can't achieve ourselves with our own limited resources. So it's a great thing to see, and congratulations to all the community groups who have been successful in this funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Costin. Anyone else? Councillor Hart.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'd like to thank everyone who's made an application for these particular funds, and in one sense it's also a comment on the subsequent items we have with this agenda. I just draw attention to the figures on page 164 of the agenda, where the value that is being contributed by community groups and event organisers and businesses is $2.5 million in projects and events for a $311,500 investment from the rates budget. Of course, that reflects all the particular grant classes, so that's a significant benefit with, in a sense, just a modest contribution by the council. And I'd also like to give some encouragement to those who haven't been successful, because I know the council officers work really well on this particular program and will work with those people who haven't been successful if they want to perhaps find out what they might be able to do to make their grant successful, or their project more likely to be successful in a future grant program.
Thank you, Councillor Hart. Any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mayor Watt. Echoing the comments of those councillors preceding me, and especially with Councillor Hart, just pointing out that leverage value of this money, and Councillor Costin and Hanson also touched on that. Councillor Finnegan pointed out across the whole Shire, I think almost every component of the Shire is named in here, which is great to see, and so many variety of groups, great to see in here. One of the things I'd like to feed back to the executive is that I have had comments from the public of how pleased they are about the process, how well supported they've been, those who have made applications, and even those who didn't get money, that they feel supported for the future, as Councillor Hart has suggested. So I think that feeds well into proper feedback as to what the performance of council and how having good people at the helm helps. Thank you very much for your work.
Thanks, Councillor Arnott. Councillors, I'll now call for a vote. All those in favour? Carried 7-0. Thank you. Now moving on to 9.7, grants program allocation of funds for events. Councillor Costin.
Mayor, I'm going to ask for this to be split into two areas, because I have a conflict of interest in items 23 and 25 on this. Could they be considered separately from the others?
Governance advice.
It's been our usual course of practice in the
We're
past.
being asked to... I don't think we've split... Advice on splitting...
We have split them in the past, I'm sure, haven't we?
These particular ones? Okay.
Mayor, sorry to do this to you, but I'm going to move it as a point of order because I'm getting really uncomfortable. Councillor Costin has an acknowledged conflict of interest and yet is seeking to influence how this resolution might be dealt with. I think it would be entirely reasonable if the CEO had been spoken to before the meeting and decided that we're going to split the items like we did on the blue water fees. But I think by asking that something be done with this item, which Councillor Costin has a conflict of interest in, I'm really uncomfortable with that. And I'll leave it to others, including Councillor Costin, to decide. But he's, with the best of intentions, seeking to influence how this item is dealt with.
And I'll state for the record that my view is identical to that of Councillor Hart. And when you've got both of us squirming on something that perhaps there's reason.
And I guess the conflict, it's not just about the items that you have an interest in that then impacts the decision making on the other items. Yeah, in theory it could. So it needs to be upheld. That's the governance advice.
It would be my advice.
Okay, it doesn't reflect our past practice, and I think it's a poor precedent to set. But I do declare a conflict of interest in two items in this item 9.7, specifically in relation to items 23 and 25, but not in any of the other, how many is it? 25 items, which who knows what will happen on those items if I step out of the room. This conflict arises due to a disclosable gift I received from the Apollo Bay Chamber of Commerce in the form of an election campaign donation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Costin.
Thank you, Mayor White. I have a conflict of interest that I must declare. It's in respect to this item we're talking about, 9.7, and item number 18, which is Colac Health Foundation Otway's Winter Festival, $3,368. And that is because I'm a member of the board of the foundation. So
thank you, Councillor Arnott.
I will step out with that. Thank you.
So we'll now progress. The purpose of the report is to consider the allocation of the funds through the 24-25 grants program. Councillors, before we ask for a motion, does anyone have any questions of officers? No questions. We have a recommendation provided by the officers. Does any councillor wish to move a motion? Councillor Potter? Councillor Hanson? Is it to be opposed? Councillor Potter.
Thanks, Mayor. Look, I don't propose to speak much because what we said for the last item equally applies here. So, again, good news story, but just having a look at some of the events that we'll fund if this is supported. Some climate cafes, an event from Let's Talk Colac, and something called the Aquatic Insects of an Otways River Presentation Guided Walk, wide to Wangara Landcare Group. Good on them, that's important work actually, and that'll be very interesting. And Colac Jobs and Career Expo, we had one a few years ago, organised with our Eco Dev team, that was very successful. So a great spread, some great events, and yeah, pleased to move the motion.
Thanks, Councillor Potter. Councillor Hanson?
Yeah, I'll just say there is a wonderful broad range of events. A lot of them I've attended. They're a lot of fun. These groups, you know, really do amazing things because an enormous amount of work goes into put these events on. So I wish them all the best of luck for the coming year and their events.
Thanks, Councillor Finnegan.
Like the previous item, I think it's important to point out that, again, the majority of these items, the majority of these events that we're funding are taking place outside of Colac. We're spreading the love around the Shire, and again, it's something that, pretty much every corner of the Shire, I guess, is represented here, and it's a broad range of events from, things from, Volunteer Expo, Kana Festival, to even, climate cafes, OKD Trail Run, and Ska Music Festival, which I'm very happy for, and perhaps, the most interesting of them all, the Western Eagles Football Netball Club's Hootenanny Bachelor and Spinsters Ball, which is always a premier event.
Hootenanny.
Hootenanny. Well, it's got hoot and nanny on here, but Hootenanny is the correct term. It's always a premier event that draws many people into our region. So that little bit we can put towards that and encourage it to keep going on. The return we get from all of these events as a result definitely outstrips the cost. So, yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Finnegan. Councillor Hart, no. I'll put it to the vote. Councillors, all those in favour? Carried 5-0. Just had to do my counting there. Can we ask those councillors to rejoin us? Jill, thank you. Business grants is the next one. Thanks, councillors. We're moving on to the business grants now. And the purpose is to consider the allocation of the funds through the grants program. Councillors, do we have any questions before I ask for a motion? No questions. We've got a recommendation before us. Does any councillor wish to move a motion in relation to these grants? Councillor Costin, be seconded. Councillor Potter, is it to be opposed? Councillor Costin.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, it's a pleasure to move this motion to allocate these grants to these businesses. It will make a substantial difference to the appearance and the profitability of some of these businesses. It will keep them going, and we do want to see that. It will also allow some of these businesses to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions. And again, if we provide a little bit of funding, a bit of seed funding, and the businesses can help us achieve what we said we want to achieve in our climate change action plan. So it's a bit of seed funding to achieve multiple objectives: economic development and some actions to address climate change. So congratulations to each of these applicants, successful applicants, and I'd like to thank our council officers for their work, not just in this one, but in the other grants programs as well, for working so well with the organisation to make their applications, because it's an onerous process and many organisations need some guidance through that, and we're providing that. We're actually helping these organisations apply for grants, which is a great thing to see. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Costin. Councillor Potter.
Oh, thanks, Mayor. I'll just echo the comments of Councillor Costin.
Thank you. Any other councillors wish to speak? I'll now put it to the vote. Councillors, I'll call for the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried 7-0. Thanks, councillors. Thanks, council officers, for staying to answer questions. Much appreciated. Okay, we'll keep moving. We're going now to item 9.9, Colac Otway Flood Overlays Amendment. The purpose of this report is to instigate a change to the planning scheme to overcome the requirement for a planning permit for new dwellings, develop residential lots affected by the land subject to inundation overlay schedule 1 and LS 101 and the floodway overlay 1 FOI 1 of the Colac Otway Shire planning scheme. This report proposes an amendment to the planning scheme to remove unnecessary planning permit triggers for development on residential lots located within the flood overlay once the flood risk has been removed. Councillors, before I call for a motion, does anyone have questions of officers? Councillor Hart, then Councillor Arnott.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. My understanding of this, trying to simplify a somewhat complicated issue, is that there's already a flood overlay considered in the context of the planning application for the subdivision, and the purpose of this change is to not require it when the person actually wants to build the house. So my question, I mean, is that basically right? But also, will there be any reconsideration of the flood overlays validity, or will they be updated as part of this, or will that aspect just be assuming that the flood overlays that currently apply to the subdivision are still up to date?
Through you, Mayor.
Speak, Neil.
Yeah, there's no proposed change to the overlays as part of this project. So the overlays that are there in place at the moment are based on the most recent flood study, and I'd expect that at some future point in time there'll be a need to revisit the flood study due to changes in standards around rainfall and so on. But this particular amendment does try to exempt development where subdivision has created flood-free development. So in other words, when you undertake subdivision, there's a requirement for a really detailed modelling of expected stormwater runoff and meeting the standard of a 1 in 100 year flood-free lot. So we're trying to remove the requirement then for a planning permit where you've created that lot that is flood-free. So it's the subdivision stage where you then make sure that those lots wouldn't flood. And so, as specified in the report, there'd be a requirement for there to be flood levels specified for floor levels for dwellings. And so those and building envelopes and those things would need to be in place through the planning permit process for the subdivision. But once that's in place, the intention would be then someone buying one of those blocks doesn't have to come back and then apply for a planning permit for a house. So it's just removing a bit of red tape, but being assured that there's still really strong protection for flood control.
Thanks, Ms McNeil. Any other questions? No other questions? Councillors, the officers have provided a recommendation with a report for our consideration. Does any councillor wish to move a motion? Councillor Arnott, is to be seconded. Councillor Potter, is it to be opposed? Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mayor White. This is one of those, pardon me, one of those things I like to see, removal of red tape. And this is the council and executive trying to take proactive action to allow development to occur in an appropriate manner. It's been really pleasing to hear the reports from the executive about how this is to be achieved, the engineering requirements that are needed to make sure that the developers actually equal that outcome of the land being no longer subject to that significant flood risk that it would have otherwise. And keeping in mind that generally we're starting with land that is very, very low flood level. You're talking about stuff that's not even ankle deep or whatever, just surface water that needed addressing. So that is its main concern. So this has been done to make sure that once those issues have been addressed with the drainage of the area in an appropriate engineering manner, that we have an outcome for guaranteeing. We've also had discussions with the executive before about what the building would look like on the land. Are we going to end up with houses that sit down low in the blocks on cement slabs and suddenly you do have a flood problem locally at the house simply because of not a forethought about how the house is built, building it up a bit. So we've got assurances about that. So I think that this whole planning process will get us a much more stringent outcome. I won't have problems of residents ringing me up as a councillor saying, I've got a problem, water's coming into my house because of poor drains at the front. And because if you do the proper planning in the first place, that's not going to occur. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Arnott. Councillor Potter.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I'd just like to thank the initiative on behalf of the planners for introducing this and removing a little bit of red tape to make it easier for people to build houses, which are badly required in this shire, especially around Colac. So great initiative, removing a little bit of red tape, and again shows how proactive our planning department are on trying to identify little barriers to people building and, where possible, removing those.
Thanks, Councillor Potter. Any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor Finnegan.
I'll keep my comments brief. Removing red tape, sick. Letting people build on their own land, sick. The potential to see mini Queenslander style houses, even sicker. So this is a really good result.
Thank you, Councillor Finnegan. Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Hart.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just to add to some of the earlier comments, I just draw attention to the public, particularly that the plan with this planning amendment, it will be on exhibition for a period of 6 weeks. So anyone who has a particular interest in flooding and land subdivision and building houses in the Colac area, I'd encourage them to have a look at the documents when they're exhibited, and that will give the public an opportunity to raise any issues or alternatively to support the amendment and to ask council to just get on with it.
Thanks, Councillor Hart. Any other councillor? No other councillor. I will now take it to the vote. Councillors, all those in favour? Against? Carried 7-0. Thank you, councillors. We're approaching 8 o'clock, which means we need to have a break, but it's also the 4-hour. Yeah, whether. Well, I think it's what's in our governance rules about continuing after 4 hours.
Through you, Mayor, the rules provide that you must have a resolution to continue beyond 4 hours, only for a maximum of 2 additional hours.
2 additional hours. So we need a resolution.
I'm trying to move that, Mayor.
You're going to move a resolution to?
I'd like to move a motion. That this meeting continue for another 2 hours after a short break.
Okay. Is that to be seconded? Is that to be supported? Those in favour? Thank you. So we'll have a short break of 10 minutes. Bit after 8:05. So do we need to turn off the... wonder if we should consider them for these nights that go on and on.
You don't have to have a 4-hour meeting, councillors.
Well, we've got 20 agenda items. That's a lot. Okay, everybody, let's get stuck in. Pardon? Where are the other two? Can we get started? Jill, could you ask Councillor Finnegan and Hanson? What to get? Fusion? Oh, nice. Don't talk about it. Okay, councillors, we'll get started. Are we back? Online. Thanks, councillors. We're now moving to item 9.10, which is C13 COLA, Colac Cemetery Trust Planning Scheme Amendment 122 Forest Street, Colac. The purpose of this report is to facilitate council support for a proposed planning scheme amendment being undertaken by the Department of Transport and Planning's Government Land Planning Service on behalf of Geelong Cemeteries Trust for land at 122 Forest Street, Colac, the former Colander site. Councillors, before I ask for a motion, do any councillors wish to ask a question of officers? Councillor Hart.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I noticed that this recommendation is that the process be handled by Department of Transport and Planning, Government's Land Planning Service. How will that manifest itself to the community? The different way in the way this planning process is being handled compared to the earlier item, which we've authorised the council to handle the matter. So, from the point of view of the public, what will be different, and where do they go to comment on the matter if they want to?
Just give me a moment, I'm just checking the report. Yeah, so I just wanted to confirm I was right. So the process that's proposed in this instance is through under Section 20, Part 4 of the Planning and Environment Act. So it's where the normal notice process isn't followed. And so what the proponent is required to do in this case is to undertake consultation with all the relevant stakeholders, including traditional owners, but relevant agencies and so on, just to make sure that all of the issues are unearthed prior to the amendment proceeding. So there wouldn't be a public exhibition process, as would be the case with the other amendment that we've just looked at. And the basis for that is that there's already been I guess a good acknowledgement through past planning processes around, the cemetery relocating to this site. This zoning is really about formalising an existing use effectively.
Thanks, Ms. Any other questions? No further questions. Councillors, the officers have provided a recommendation with the report for our consideration. Does any councillor wish to move a motion in relation to this matter? Councillor Arnott, is to be seconded. Councillor Potter, is to be opposed. Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mayor White. I think this is just the idea of getting this out for people to have the consultation process, as Councillor Hart has alluded to with his questions. But to remind people, this land was gazetted for cemetery purposes back in 2022, and there's been long discussions in the community about its use for this, which with basically, I would imagine, underlying community support for that. So it's great to see the Geelong Cemetery Trust have come forward with this plan for it, and it's a bit unusual that the land is still zoned farming, given what it's been used for in the past, but these are the facts that we have to deal with. So there's no doubt that Colac is in need of a more greater area for cemetery and for a new place for it to go. And so I couldn't think of a better tenant for the area than the Geelong Cemetery Trust. They've already demonstrated their willingness to invest in the Colac needs for this particular asset with their custodianship of the current cemetery. So I have absolutely no doubt that they will do an excellent job here. Thank you.
Councillor Arnott. Councillor Potter.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll support the motion moved by Councillor Arnott. Just as an aside, I think the Cemetery Trust has been calling for submissions or ideas for the design for the new cemetery. Encourage people to have a look at that. Not sure when it closes. Particularly interested to see how the multicultural community is represented and what the ultimate layout is.
Thanks, Councillor Potter. Does any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor Hart.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I echo the comments of Councillor Arnott in relation to the Geelong Cemetery Trust. They've certainly been a positive to this town. In relation to the zoning, I think it's will be quite an improvement to rezone it from the current farming zone. My understanding is that that reflects a zone-for-zone transfer done on rural land around 2006, and I think the Colac Otway Shire has quite a number of properties that are zoned farming zone, even though in a practical sense they're not operating as a farm, and they may not have done so for many decades. So I think I'll certainly be supporting this resolution, and I think over the time there'll be more properties that are identified as being inappropriately zoned farm.
Thanks, Councillor Hart. Any other councillor wish to speak? Councillors, I'll now call for a vote. All those in favour? It's carried 7-0. Move on to item 9.11. I haven't missed one, have I? Cemeteries? No, 9.11. 9.11 is the purchase of part of surplus land to, I think that's been withdrawn. That's been withdrawn. So we'll move on to 9.12. Draft Botanic Gardens Master Plan. To present the draft Colac Botanic Master Plan for endorsement for the purposes of exhibiting the draft and inviting public submissions. Councillors, before I ask for a motion, do any councillors wish to ask a question of officers? Councillor Costin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm interested to know what is the estimated cost of implementing the master plan?
There haven't been detailed costings yet done in relation to the specific components, but some of the components are significant. So, for example, the key play space that's located down on the foreshore area, it's costed over $2 million. So some big elements like that would be quite expensive to fund, and certainly there'd be a large reliance on seeking external grants from state and federal governments to deliver a lot of those initiatives. some of the smaller scale initiatives are more about how the gardens are managed into the future, and it's about garden beds that might need to be relocated or reinstated. And so they're smaller scale things that might be funded through your operational budgets or with some small supplementary funding. But certainly once we understand what the community thinks about the draft that would be put on exhibition, we'd start to look at what some of those specific things, what they cost and how we might have strategies to fund them.
Yeah, including the Infinity Jetty, probably a couple of million as well. Would that be right?
That is certainly one of the more significant costs for that component. That's correct, yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, any other questions of officers? Councillor Hanson.
Do you know what kind of funding you would need for some of the smaller components, like the changes to the garden beds and the gravel footpaths?
Through you, Mayor, I couldn't provide you any indicative costings on those smaller scale things tonight, but we can take that on notice.
Thanks, Mr McNeil. Any other questions? No other questions. Councillors, the officers have provided a recommendation with a report for our consideration. Does any councillor wish to move a motion in relation to this matter? Councillor Potter, be seconded. Councillor Hanson. Councillor Potter, is it to be opposed? Councillor Potter.
Thanks, Mayor. Won't talk too long to this. This motion is to put it out for public comment. There's been a lot of consultation gone into this plan, meetings in the gardens themselves, engagement with the Friends of the Gardens group. I note that a lot of feedback received was the gardens are really nice as they are. Don't play around with it too much, and that's reflected, I think, in the master plan. And a lot of it is more about the foreshore area than the gardens themselves. So encourage everyone to have a look, give us the feedback, and I'll leave it at that, I think.
Thanks, Councillor Potter. Councillor Hanson.
Yes, I would also like to encourage people to have a good look at this plan and provide their feedback. There is a lot on the plan, some really big items that will require, if they're ever to be built, some significant funding, but there are a lot of things that can actually be done, probably, mainly by our Parks and Gardens team, but with the right funding. And, and as has been stated through the discussion with the budget, apart from some already funded works to the fountain, there's actually no funding in this year's budget for additional funding for any of those works if this plan was to be endorsed, which I think is a bit of a concern, because even for things like gravel, changing the gravel footpaths or changing garden beds all costs money. So I do encourage the community to have a look, and I look forward to their submissions.
Thanks, Councillor Hanson. Any other councillors wish to speak? Councillor Costin.
Thank you, Mayor. This is great that this plan has got to this stage, that where it can go out for public exhibition. It's an exciting project, and Botanic Gardens is certainly one of the jewels in Colac's crown, and it does attract visitors from outside of Colac. I would just caution for our community not to get too seduced by the big ticket items, because they come at a cost, and then they come at a future cost to council in maintenance and operation costs as well. But as Councillor Hanson mentioned, a lot of the smaller scale items, the relocation of paths and things, can be done quite easily and will make a big difference, and probably we should focus on that, with those projects that are within our capability to do, rather than focus on some of these big ticket things. But that's not to say we shouldn't look for large grant opportunities for those items as the grants come along. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Costin. Any other councillors wish to speak? Oh, Councillor Arnott, then Councillor Finnegan, Councillor Hart.
In recognition that others are wishing to speak, I won't take too much time. Just to echo the comments that have been said so far to date. This is a great opportunity for the people. It is going out for 5.5 weeks, so a couple of days short of the 6 weeks, but we've had a lot of feedback into it already. that take the opportunity, please, to get involved, have a look at it, have a look at the proposed changes, the road use in there, have a look at the proposed changes to the layout. And one of the key things I like about this plan is that it follows, as Councillor Potter says, leaves the gardens pretty much alone other than some small changes to it, but it starts to link the gardens with the foreshore instead of them having sitting out beside it, alienated from each other and not linked together. So that would be a great outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Finnegan, then Councillor Hart.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'll keep my comments brief, but the master plan looks fantastic, as a lot of master plans do. I encourage the community to have their say on what's contained within the master plan, but also to remember that master plans, as always, as we are constantly reminded, are aspirational, and certainly we shouldn't be, I would caution the community to not expect everything in this master plan to be delivered within, certainly within the next couple of years, but certainly at least it gives us a plan to look towards for what is one of the jewels in the crown of Colac, but it is aspirational.
Thanks, Councillor Finnegan. Councillor Hart.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. As well as joining others to encourage people to have a look at this plan, I'd like to acknowledge that there's been a lot of work in developing this draft plan, and not only does it look to the future, but it has a lot of history to put the gardens into context, and I'd particularly like to thank those people who have contributed to that, both members of the public who've been long-time residents in Colac, and also the project working team, council officers, and the Friends of the Colac Botanic Gardens. So whilst it is a project looking to the future, if you've got the time, I'd encourage the public to have a look at the history and the context of this plan.
Thanks, Councillor Hart. I'll put it to the vote now. Councillors, all those in favour? Against? Carried 7-0. Thanks, councillors. We'll now move on to item 9.13. Barwon Tennis Strategy 24-34 final report. The purpose of this report is to present the Tennis Victoria Barwon Tennis Strategy 24-34, which has been prepared by Tennis Victoria. Councillors, before I ask for a motion, do any councillors have a question for officers? No questions. Councillors, oh, sorry, Graham. Sorry, I glanced that way and then I glanced that way and...
Yeah, sorry, I was a bit slow.
a bit slow.
Getting late.
Can't think why.
I read somewhere today, and I can't remember where, I thought it might have been the Colac Herald, that the participation in tennis as a sport is declining, and I'm wondering if we have any understanding of why that is. Is it because the infrastructure is being run down, or...?
Question?
Through you, Mayor. Yeah, so participation in tennis has declined over the years, as it has in a lot of sports. There are some sports that are bucking the trend, but there's probably a whole range of factors. There's so many other things that people choose to do these days. Historically, a lot of people just played the mainstream sports like cricket, football, netball and tennis. There's so many other things that people can participate in. Potentially infrastructure might play a role. So as an example, Colac used to have an indoor tennis centre that no longer exists now. So that probably had an impact on people being able to play tennis indoors at night. So so there's a range of factors. Infrastructure would be one of them.
Mr. Sheeran, follow-up question, Councillor Costin.
And could you just paraphrase for me what is proposed in Colac Otway Shire? Thank you.
Through you, Mayor. So the majority of the actions or the strategies within the plan are the responsibility of others, like Tennis Victoria, to try and grow the game, club development, increase participation and the like. For Colac Otway Shire, it is around improving our facilities where there is active participation, and particularly around clubs. One of the key items, or there's probably two key items, that we should look to have a facility in Colac that is lit. So we don't have any tennis courts at the moment that have lights. And the other one is to undertake further work around the Colac Lawn Tennis Club, or that facility, which has around about 15 courts at the moment, which is really, really big for a regional tennis facility. So a lot of regional tennis facilities would have probably 8 to 10 courts. So, and there's not that many lawn tennis courts anymore. They are quite costly to maintain, as you could imagine. So they're probably the two key things for Colac Otway.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, Ian. Any other questions? Councillor Arnott.
So, Ian, how's this been received from the point of view of the local clubs?
Through you, Mayor. Yeah, there has been a lot of engagement with the Tennis Association and the clubs, and they've had numerous opportunities to provide input into the study. And my understanding is that their feedback has been listened to and incorporated into the final plan.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillors, we have a motion before us. Can anyone want to move that motion? Councillor Arnott, seconded. Councillor Costin, is to be opposed. Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mayor White. Reading through the strategy, it shows that there's been a lot of work put into it and a lot of consultation with the clubs, as Ian Sarin has pointed out. And what it does do is it provides council some direction as to where our best resources can be spent within our facilities of the area, which ones can be kept as they are, which ones actually need a bit more TLC to bring them up to standard and to make them more attractive for use. And one of those big ticket items is lights. So we're looking at lights, I think, for, say, out of Limonite or whatever, and it'd be great if we could get grant funding to achieve that outcome. But this gives us really some reassurances that we're actually heading in the right direction. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Costin? No. Any other councillor wish to speak? No. Councillors, I'll now call for a vote. All those in favour? Carried 7-0. We'll now move on to item 9.14, proposed Colac CBD speed limit changes. The purpose of this report is to present the community feedback received regarding the proposed speed reduction within the Colac Central Business District area, Colac CBD, and to provide recommendations for the next steps based on this feedback. Councillors, before I ask for a motion, does anyone have a question of officers? Councillor Potter.
Just in relation to the recommendation and paragraph 2, the last bit where it says, with the inclusion of the section of Bromfield Street to the east of Queen Street, is that just down along the Coles?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah.
The Coles car park, it blends in with the road reserve there, but Bromfield Street does still extend through past the supermarket.
Sorry, do you know if there was much consideration given to all of Bromfield Street, given a lot of congestion, particularly between Corangamite Street and Jellybrand Street with the Johnson car park and the Safeway?
Through you, Mayor, the proposal is to introduce the 40km/h speed limit throughout all of Bromfield Street. This extra point was really just emphasised in response to a submission that we were including that section to the east near Coles. Yeah.
Thanks, Doug. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Arnott.
So the 40k zone is as in the map there, but the central part of that at the Princess High, Murray Street, that was going to be a variable speed limit, is that correct?
Through you, Mayor, yeah, that's correct. Our understanding of the Department of Transport and Planning have proposed a a variable limit of 40 kilometres an hour during the period 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. that would then go back up to 50 kilometres an hour outside those hours, so the nighttime hours when it's quieter.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillors, the officers have provided a recommendation with a report for our consideration. Does any councillor wish to move a motion in relation to this report? Councillor Costin.
If I recall correctly, I've got
Are you moving the motion or asking a question?
No, if I recall correctly, I had an alternate motion.
Oh, you had an alternate? So you wish to move a different motion?
To move an alternate motion, thank you.
The motion. Oh, that's right.
So it's basically the officer recommendation plus an additional point 3 where we support the Department of Transport and Planning's application for a variable speed limit in Murray Street with 40 kilometres per hour between 7 a.m. 7 p.m. and 50 kilometres per hour outside these times.
Thank you, Councillor Costin. It's clear that's the motion you want to move. Have we got a seconder? Councillor Finnegan. Is it to be opposed? Councillor Costin.
Thank you, Mayor. It's good to see this proposal. I think most responsible drivers don't travel much beyond 40 kilometres per hour at the moment anyway, so the speed limit will apply only to those who are probably travelling too fast for those streets with parking each side and pedestrians crossing mid-block in a number of places. So this just makes the street safer. It makes in the unlikely event that there's someone that's hit by a car, they are much less likely to be injured at 40 kilometres an hour and than they are at 50 kilometres an hour. And it's good to see the Department of Transport has actually acknowledged that the 40 kilometre per hour up Murray Street is only needed during the times when the street is busy, but not all night, not at midnight, for example, and is going to leave the speed limit at 50 kilometres an hour there. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Costin. Councillor Finnegan.
Yeah, I won't spend too much time on this one, but I do support a variable speed limit. Everyone knows I do run a business on Murray Street, but really you're hard pressed to be doing more than 40 k's an hour along Murray Street during the peak times, and if you are, you're probably driving like a bit of a dick, pardon the terminology, but so there's no need to really be fanging it between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. And I think a 50k speed limit outside of these times along Murray Street's good. Would have preferred 60, and I'm sure I'm not the only councillor of that view, but it's what the department's recommended, and if we spend much more time dancing around the point and trying to argue to get 40 and 60, I think we'll be taking another 12 months before we're looking at this again. So take the small incremental win, and I second this motion.
Thanks, Councillor Finnegan. Does anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Hart, then Councillor Arnott.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'd like to thank the people who made submissions on this, and as it says in the report, the submissions were broadly in support of the speed limit reduction, and just like to make the observation that the suggested change in speed limits is in one of the strategies and was raised quite some years ago. I acknowledge that, but it's pleasing that this particular aspect of one of the strategies, it might be the CBD strategy, that was done quite some years ago, has now been, or if this gets through, will be of given effect.
Thanks, Councillor Hart. Councillor Arnott, did you?
Thank you, Mayor White. Thank you, Councillor Costin and Finnegan, for bringing this motion forward and for your amendment in there, Councillor Costin, to clarify that. We were all keen to see that variable limit in for Murray Street. But when you look at the map, sometimes it's a little bit hard to tell from paper how it's going to work. So I had some concerns about some of the streets that I thought maybe don't have a lot of foot traffic. So to get a better feel, I went for a drive around the streets. First at the 50k, when I could do it, and it wasn't easy to sustain, let me tell you that. And then at 40. Out of 2.5 minutes, the difference was 10 seconds over 4 blocks. I mean, it's nothing. It's not a life-changing event for everybody, so people don't get upset about it, please, if you're feeling going a bit slow, because it does feel that way, but you'll get there. If you're travelling down 50k an hour down some of these busy streets, like west down Corangamite or Miller Street, there's a lot of parked cars along those streets. You don't need someone to step out, and we've got a tragedy, and I don't want to see it happen. I think this is a good outcome. Thank you.
You, Councillor Arnott. Anybody else? Councillor Finnegan?
I know it's probably out of step. Could I perhaps make a bit of a further comment and with the indulgence of the chair, just to...
It's just time,
No, it's
Councillor
fair.
Finnegan.
That's all right.
You know, we're really pushing it at the moment, so I'd like to put it to the vote. Councillors, I'll call for the vote. All those in favour? Carried 7-0. Thank you. We'll move on to item 9.15, contract 0618/0626, insurance broking and risk management services activation of 1-year extension. The purpose of this report is to enact the option of the 1-year extension clause on the contract awarded to Jardine Lloyd Thompson for insurance broking and risk management services. Councillors, before I ask for a motion, do any councillors wish to ask a question? Councillor Costin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to ask officers how the current insurance provider's been going. Are there any reasons, any issues of concern, or are we generally comfortable with their performance to date? And thank you.
Mr. Tenney.
Through you, Mayor. Yeah, we've actually been pretty happy with the performance of our current provider. They've been very responsive. Their advice has been quick and timely when we've sought it from them. Their claims processing has been relatively quickly. Within 10 business days, they've been able to turn claims around, so that's been a pretty quick response time. And their claim managers have been extremely supportive and have been proactive in following up with us where documentation and other things are required to support our claims. So it's been a pretty good arrangement so far.
Thank you, Mr. Tenney.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Hart.
Thanks. I was just wondering if we get some clarity on how this fits with the other insurances and the costs of the various other insurance in some broad figures, please, and what they are.
Andrew, Mr. Tenney, sorry. Just jump. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor. So this fits within a suite of insurance policies that Council's got that's now upwards of $1 million in rough figures in totality of all our insurance suite. And that there's 3 main areas that includes, and that's this contract. There's one with MAV, under which we've got the local government liability policy and our crime policy and our work cover premium. So with those major suites of insurances, that makes up the bulk of Council's insurance policies.
Thanks, Mr. Tenney. Any other questions? No other questions. Councillors, the officers have provided a recommendation with the report for our consideration. Does any councillor wish to move a motion in relation to this matter? Councillor Costin. Be seconded. Councillor Hart. Councillor Costin.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to the officers for their work on this. It's reassuring to hear that we have had satisfactory performance from an insurance company, because we hear all sorts of problems in the other areas. And I'm particularly reassured that we're proceeding in the right direction, given that our Audit and Risk Committee has considered this matter as well and recommends the Council that the insurance broking and risk management service contract be extended for 1 year with the current provider. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Costin. Councillor Hart.
Thanks, Mayor. In supporting this resolution, I just want to note the significant cost of the various insurances, and I draw attention to page 524 of the agenda, where it says that the average for this particular group of policies was 13% in premiums for Colac Otway Shire for the 23-24 year, less than an expected 20%, but still significant. And I think that gives some sort of context for how high how insurance premiums are increasing. I'm sure many of our residents and ratepayers are experiencing themselves, that we sort of regard as a 13% increase as somewhat reasonable, in that we were expecting it could have been as high 20%. It really shows the high cost of this of insurance generally.
Thanks, Councillor Hart. Does any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor Arnott?
No, thank you, Mayor. That's fine. I think it's been well covered, and just support the comments today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, I'll now call for a vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried 7-0. Item 9.16, audit. I wasn't online then. We're moving on to item 9.16, Audit and Risk Committee Biannual Report. The purpose of this report is to receive information for the Colac Otway Shire Audit and Risk Committee Biannual Risk Report. Councillors, before I ask for a motion, do any councillors wish to ask a question of officers? No questions. Councillors, the officers have provided a recommendation with the report for our consideration. Does any councillor wish to move a motion in relation to this? Councillor Arnott, is it to be seconded? Councillor Costin, is it to be opposed? Oh God, don't do that. No scratching of heads, thank you. Let's just confirm that. Councillor Arnott, Councillor Costin, Councillor Arnott.
Councillor Finnegan loses money at every auction, I can see that. Anyway, that was you, was it? Maybe Potter as well. So anyway, my apologies. Look, it's with pleasure I move this motion. Thank you, Mayor White. The committee, I'll advise the community, is assisted by a number of experienced independent people. The Audit and Risk Committee has welcomed the appointment of John Govins and John Sutherland as independent members, and also has our chair, Melissa Field. All of these people come with extensive experience that they bring to council. The operations of the committee looks at the underlying results of council, both on a financial and a risk perspective, to make sure that things are occurring in an appropriate manner. Our independent members have experience in finance, strategy, risk and governance professionals, some of them with diverse global experience. And so I've had the privilege of working with some of these people on other bodies and boards, and can to attest to their skill and professionalism. So I was actually very fortunate to watch some of the material come through in emails about them, talking about the agenda for the Audit and Risk Committee as it's coming forward, and asking many probing questions. So this gives the community some reassurance about how this process works, to give you assurances that in addition to the external manager into audit by the Auditor General, that you will see that the Audit and Risk Committee have internal audits running all of the time through the organisation. And the intent of that is to make sure that things, again, are happening in an appropriate manner. One of the things that we also consider is the vacancies of the organisation and the risk that might pose. We need to have good people there, and having vacancies in such areas such as workplace health and safety, as was given as an example at one stage, which is now, I believe, to be filled, is something that we need to be aware of as a risk to the organisation. We've also had briefs recently about the cyber problems with the community. People are effectively trying to hack in and get your information. Council spends a lot of resources and has many good people employed to make sure we have very, very good, robust systems in place to protect against that. And again, the Audit and Risk Committee receives detailed reports on that beyond the capacity of council meetings to appropriately consider in detail. Because as Councillor Hanson correctly noted before, often we get to see the tip of the iceberg, not the underneath. That's what the Audit and Risk Committee is intended to do. Where am I at in this? So again, they've got the internal audits. The main things that I guess for the council's perspective at the moment is that for looking at our procurement policy and delegations and authorities, our workplace health and safety, as I said, property management, cyber security, and coming forward, we've got our waste management legislation and requirements, accounts payable, statutory building works, cash handling and receipting. All of those things will be handled in detail and reported back to the Audit and Risk Committee with any recommendations coming back to Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Arnott. Councillor Costin? No? Any other councillor wish to speak? Thank you. Councillors, the officers have provided... Oh, sorry, I'll now move to a vote. All those in favour? 7-0, the motion is carried. We're getting there. Moving on to 9.17. Instrument of Appointment and Authorisation, Planning and Environment Act 1987, Danielle Brown. The purpose of the report is for Council to appoint Danielle Brown, Local Laws Ranger, as an authorised officer under Section 1474 of the Planning and Environment Act 1987. Councillors, before I ask for a motion, do any councillors wish to ask a question? No questions. Councillors, the officers have provided a recommendation with the report for our consideration. Does any councillor wish to move a motion? Councillor Finnegan? Councillor Potter? Councillor Finnegan?
Yep, just moving the officer recommendation. Essentially, this is one of these things we do in local government whereby when people start or finish with the organisation, we adjust the authorisations under different acts, and that's what we're doing in this case and a couple of other agenda items as well. So
Thanks, Councillor Finnegan. Councillor Potter?
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, an operational matter, but our local laws team do a great job, and just like to welcome Danielle into that role.
Thanks, Councillor Potter. Any other councillor wish to speak? No other councillors wishes to speak. Councillors, I'll now call for a vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried 7-0. On to item 9.18. Revocation of the authorised officer under the Planning and Environment Act 1987, Doug McNeil. The purpose of this report is for Council to appoint Doug McNeil, General Manager, Infrastructure and Operations, as an authorised officer under the Section 1474 of the Planning and Environment Act 1987, and to revoke the instrument of appointment and authorisation relating to Mr McNeil's former position at Council Manager, Planning and Strategic Focus. In addition, the report is presented to Council to revoke the instrument of appointment and authorisation for Doug Winkle, who is no longer employed by Council. Councillors, before I ask for a motion, does anyone wish to ask a question? Councillor Costin.
What does this actually mean? What powers are being revoked, and what are the new powers being granted?
Do you want to answer that, CEO? Does Doug want to answer it? No.
Thanks, Councillor Costin. It doesn't appear to be very material, I agree, because Mr McNeil will continue to have an appropriate instrument of authorisation, although he may feel a little naked for a little while. He's held the other one for a long time. Really, it's just ensuring that the authorisations that Mr McNeil hold reflect the current roles and responsibilities that he has as General Manager of Infrastructure and Operations, and there's a suite of delegations and authorisations that Mr McNeil would have had in the planning manager role that are no longer relevant, and so we shouldn't allow an officer to continue to hold those if they're not in a position where they should be applied. So it's just making sure that the authorisation and delegation reflects each officer's role specifically. And in part of that clean-up, Mr Winkle is no longer with our employment, so we're taking the opportunity to clean that up at the same time. It's just about making sure that all of those appropriate authorisations are in order.
Thank you, CEO. Any other questions of officers? No other questions of officers. Councillor, so the officers have provided a sorry, Councillor Finnegan, you have a question?
No, I was stating I'm prepared to move a motion when the time comes, but...
I was going to read it out. Councillors, so we have a recommendation. Do I have a mover and seconder? Thank you, Councillor Finnegan. Councillor Costin. Councillor Finnegan.
Same as the last item, essentially. Mr McNeil's moving into a different role, so the things change, and we've also Mr Winkle's ceased employment, so got to adjust.
Thanks, Councillor Costin.
Thank you, Mayor. It gives me great pleasure to strip Mr McNeil of some of his powers, but also to grant him new powers in his new role as General Manager, and to thank Doug for his diligence and work in his previous role, and look forward to his working with him, maybe only for a short time, in his new role as General Manager. Thank you, Doug.
Thank you, Doug. Any other councillor wish to speak? Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mayor White. Just quickly to echo the comments by Councillor Costin and Finnegan. That's really great, and it's really good to see such a long-serving member of the staff of Colac Otway Shire continue on with us in an important role. 15 years, is that correct, Doug?
16, but we won't.
16, but who's counting? Well done. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Arnott. Anybody else? Councillors, I'll now call for a vote. All those in favour? Carried 7-0. Item 9.19. Revocation of the authorised officer under the Planning and Environment Act, Ravi Tijar Aguirre. The purpose of this report is to revoke the instrument and appointment of authorisation to Ravi Aguirre as he has resigned from council effective 31 May 2024. Councillors, do any councillors have questions of officers? No questions of officers. We have a recommendation before us. Have I a councillor to move? Councillor Finnegan, Councillor Arnott, second. Councillor Finnegan.
Just moving the officer recommendation, as is up on the screen. Ravi is finished up with council, and we have to revoke his authorisation. Similar to the last couple of items, it's procedural. So.
Thank you. Councillor Arnott.
It's all been said. Supporting Councillor Finnegan. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to a vote. All those in favour? Carried 7-0. Okay, now we move on to item 9.20. Report of informal meetings of councillors. Please note the purpose of this item is to report the informal meetings of councillors and does not require a council decision. Item 10.1, rescission motion relating to the future commitment to G21. Councillors, we have a rescission motion relating to the future commitment of G21. Councillors, before I ask for a motion, do councillors have any questions? No questions? You have a question, Councillor Costin.
I'm wondering how this recommendation related to the officer, this rescission motion relates to the original officer recommendation when this item was last discussed. This is the previous officer recommendation word for word. Is that correct? Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Hanson.
Excuse me, sorry.
Oh, sorry. I just glanced down again. Sorry, Councillor Arnott, you've got
No,
a
that's
question?
okay. I appreciate them. The night's been long. Just note item 4 there, it talks about a budget allocation adjustment. I'm just wondering whether that's necessary for the outcome, and does that, as a result, create significant work within the budget to rebalance all the figures?
So the question is...
Well, I'm happy for the discussion. Obviously, Councillor Hanson has put this motion. I think that's got some good content in it to discuss, which I'm happy to do. But just that part there, which seeks an active change to the budget, which has actually already been endorsed. I'm looking at the agenda. Point 4.
But this was wording for April, in which case that point would have been implemented into the document attached when the final budget was presented, when the final document was presented for adoption.
I guess that's...
So I think the wording actually isn't applicable since Council has adopted the budget. Notes the final budget.
The accepted motion for the budget actually makes mention, if you like, to this allocation, and that if this motion is successful, there'll simply be a variation in the bottom line.
And can I see the points above, please, Kendra? I think it's more appropriate, but it's Councillor Hanson's motion, of course, but I think it's more appropriate and clearer to actually, if the rescission is carried, to reframe point 4 to state that despite the $47,000, only the $28,000 can be expended for this and the rest has to be unexpended to the surplus. Are you happy with... No. But if the rescission's carried, then I think that would be a much cleaner way to do it. Yeah, great. Okay. So we can work on that after.
So we've got to deal with the rescission first.
I can work with that intent. Thank you.
Councillor Hanson.
Look, this will probably fall on deaf ears. I have pretty much said everything that I need to say about it, but I would just restate that we did have a visit from the Chair and Deputy Chair of G21. There has been significant changes to G21's funding in that Geelong has significantly decreased their funding, and to keep the G21 in previous years has had a pretty much a proportional funding model, of which officers recommended that we continue with, which is where the $28,412 comes from. For some reason, councillors have decided that G21 needs more money than that, even though the Chair and Deputy Chair, when they visited, councillors did not ask for that amount of funding. Golden Plains have subsequently decreased their funding. There was no discussions that G21 would be cut to the bare bones or wouldn't be able to deliver the same type of service that they have in the past. I think the motion that it was also supported by the officers. The officers' recommendation is what is up on the board now. We've still got more talking going on while. Anyway, it's quite distracting, but so we have got a very tight budget. There are things not funded in our budget that I would love funding to go towards. A really simple one is I would have loved, even this extra $20,000 that's going to G21 to go to something like, would have loved to have seen in the budget an allocation of gravel, something towards the Colac Botanic master plan. But no, we don't have anything like that. And yet here we are just spending an extra $20,000 that our officers did not recommend, G21 did not ask for, but it's going to be $20,000 year after year after year for the next 3 years. And, it actually equates to a lot of money. And G21 can continue the good work. I have no problems with the work that G21 are doing, and they can continue like that, but we don't have to give them $47,000 a year.
Thanks, Councillor Hanson. We need a seconder for Councillor Hanson's rescission motion. Councillor Finnegan? Thank you. To support your rescission motion. Well, this is the way up the steps. I've got it in front of me. That's what's put in front of me. Fair enough. Another question?
Thank you. When I look at the resolution, the adopted resolution, I don't see the flexibility in that resolution, which is noted in point 3 of the motions which has been proposed by Councillor Hanson, and that is the council may decide to provide additional funding for larger projects through sponsorship and for supplementary funding agreements. Is that correct, the way I read the motion that's been adopted, that we don't have that flexibility to provide additional funding, that we're capped at $47,000?
The answer to that question? Just for clarity, there's 2 steps to this. We're debating the first step is that, and then the second step is the body of the work. Is that correct? That's the advice I've got from governance. So we've got to vote on the first bit first and then have a second vote on the next bit. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. So we're voting on the ability to have the rescission motion. Have we answered Graham's question?
Sorry, I didn't have the April minutes at hand. The recommendation, officer's recommendation in the council meeting agenda for the 24th of April had 5 points as being shown there. However, the resolution of council has 3 points. The first point was as the officer's recommendation, and the other 2 points, and the last point was, however, there is a point 2 in the resolution reads, confirms its continued membership of G21 for a 3-year period commencing 1st of July 2024 with a total contribution of $47,000 excluding GST in 2025 and indexation in subsequent years that is no greater than the annual rate cap determined by the Minister for Local Government. So that's the decision. The decision of council at the April meeting was different to the officer's recommendation, as Councillor Hanson has already referred to. And it is the decision of council at the April meeting, that resolution with 3 points that the rescission motion proposes to rescind. Is that I'm not sure of the question now, Councillor Costin.
So the question was, does the adopted resolution cap our contribution at $47,000 such that if there is a particular strategic project, large project initiative or sponsorship or some other supplementary funding required, that we can't actually, based on this resolution, we can't actually respond to with additional funding?
Well, what council has done in the past, when there have been projects that have been above the general membership contribution, it's been a matter that council's considered in the chamber and decided whether it wishes to contribute or not. So it doesn't stop council considering those requests if there's a specific project or activity that G21 might seek some additional funding for, it doesn't stop it. It just doesn't incorporate that into the resolution itself. Nor did the recommendation. It just said note that additional funding may be considered for certain projects. That's all it said, was
Yes,
note.
but it didn't say an amount no greater than.
No, because effectively point 2 of the resolution is a reframing of point 2 of the recommendation, and point 3 wasn't included at all. That's Council's resolution.
Can I ask the mover of the resolution, Councillor Hart,
Councillor Hanson.
sorry,
Oh,
of
who-
the
of the-
resolution
Go back to
that was
April.
adopted?
April, yep.
Yep. What was the intent of point 3?
Well, I'm not going to be. I'm not going to be verbal in the council meeting. I'm happy to answer the question if someone will put the motion
For
up,
the
because you know I mean
We've got to decide on the rescission motion
accept
first.
and respect Councillor Hanson's right to put a rescission motion. I didn't know we were going to start dissecting what point 3 meant. Well, Mayor, if the questions are me, are we talking about the recommendation, or are we talking about what was adopted? I mean,
What was adopted?
What was adopted?
I think everyone understands that's the question.
all it means, I mean, if you're happy for me to ask it, that the commitment is $47,000 a year plus indexation, which is capped by the rate cap. So if CPI is higher than the rate cap, it won't go up more than the rate cap. That doesn't stop a separate council resolution that says we're going to pay money for a separate project. I mean, it'd be amazing that I can move a resolution that binds future councillors who haven't even been elected yet. I mean, gee whiz, please don't credit me with that power.
Okay, so does that answer the question?
Thank you, Councillor Hart. It's good to have that on the record. Thank you.
Okay, so what we need to do is vote on whether we're accepting to look at the rescission motion. It's a two-part, yeah, and then we go into the body. Yes, thank you. It's seconded. Show of hands if we
Sorry,
accept.
I've got to speak to it.
That's where it says here. Yep. Yep.
Do I have the call, Mayor?
You can speak, Tosh.
All right, thank you, Mayor.
It's a bit confusing.
Radio, I'm seconding Councillor Hanson's rescission motion. I think that it's important to note that, and Councillor Hanson's already gone over this, the fact that G21 didn't come down here and say we need $47,000 or otherwise we're going to have to pack it in, we're not going to be able to function. They came and presented a number of options to us, and the question was asked, you know, do you need the $47,000? I said, it'd be nice to have, but no, we can continue to do the good work we do on the lower prorated amount. Now, the difference between what the difference in amount between what council elected to spend at $47,000 and the officer recommendation is $18,588. Now, I know we've had a budget meeting and everything like that tonight, and we've been talking a lot about bottom lines. Forget the bottom line argument. How much more good could $18,500 do when we put it in the context of community grants? We look at how much good the community we've been able to extract from the community by the way of volunteers in regards to different projects, events, all these wonderful things that attract people to our shire that have a much more defined benefit to the shire, be it financial, social, and all these other things, rather than giving an extra $18,500 to an organisation who didn't need it. it just beggars belief that we're in this position. And I say that, you know, at the very least, I know some people aren't pleased with the idea of going, oh, well, we go 8 and 8, you know, we go back on our word to G21. At least frame it in that context. How much more good could $18,500 do in the context of going into local grant funding? Really, for community grants, for event grants and everything like that, rather than just giving it over to G21. I'd say we'd get a lot more benefit from it that way. And hopefully, you know, if Councillor Hanson's rescission motion gets up and the next part gets up, we may be able to organise that, but I'm doubtful.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak? This is flashing. Am I still working? It's flashing, I'm not sure why. Councillor Hart.
Or do you want to get a new mic before we...
I think it's working okay. It's just got disco happening. Use this one. Thanks, Councillor Hart. Yep.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. This is the third month in a row this matter's been on the agenda. 2 months ago, Council decided to continue its membership and contribution to G21 at the same level, and nothing's changed since April that justifies overturning that decision. If Council does support the rescission motion and then agrees to continue its membership with some other amount, then it's open for any councillor to lodge a new rescission motion of that decision, and the matter can be unresolved for even another month, with a potential decision to leave G21 altogether. The only way to make a final decision on this matter tonight is to vote against the rescission motion. It is the fact that G21 presented a number of options, and there was the bare bones options, and yes, that's my words, and there was the option of $47,000. We've secured significant support for a whole range of projects through G21, or with the assistance of G21. In addition, G21 has auspiced projects such as the Colac 2050 project, as I've said earlier, and I think that capacity will be less if we do cut them to the bare bones. With the other coastal councils also contributing to a similar level to previously, Queenscliff, Surf Coast, currently Colac Otway, there's an opportunity to have an increased focus on issues affecting coastal communities, such as coastal erosion and inundation, which are expected to worsen as a result of the adverse effects of climate change, issues which will affect town planning, and issues to do with employment and key worker housing, issues that Queenscliff, Surf Coast and Colac Otway all have in their coastal parts of their shire in particular. These effects don't just end at Surf Coast border with Colac Otway Shire. This is a unique opportunity on having an increase focused on these issues with the might of G21 behind it. I think that we get a much better return, as I said earlier, spending extra $19,000, which it would be, on the G21 compared to the suggestions that we would have a deputy mayor at that cost. I just make the point again that if we vote for the rescission motion today, that will not settle the issue, as any motion to fund at a low amount can potentially be subject to a rescission motion. I think it's a matter of having foresight, of looking to the future and not being swayed that a short-term cost can deliver a significant gain, and it has done in the future, and I think that we should just vote against the rescission motion and settle this issue finally.
Thank you, Councillor Hart. Does any other councillor wish to speak? Oh, sorry, Councillor Costin.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Councillor Hanson for bringing this rescission notice up and drawing attention to a decision which we made at around about 8 o'clock after a long council meeting. There was about 19 items on the agenda, and perhaps there's a little bit of confusion on the part of some what we're actually voting for at that time. I like the officer recommendation, which is effectively what Councillor Hanson is trying to revert to. It potentially will save us an amount of almost 20,000 we can put to footpaths or something else, but it also gives us the flexibility to provide G21 with additional funds should they need it for coastal erosion or any of those other projects Councillor Hart was talking about. It gives us the opportunity to do that, but it doesn't commit us to providing the larger amount, which it seems they didn't ask for. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Costin. Councillor Potter.
Thanks, Mayor. Look, I think it's important that Colac Otway Shire join with adjoining councils and Geelong to ensure that the operating capacity of G21 is at its best it can be. And G21 didn't beg for the extra money. They put two options on the table in relation to potential membership fees. Yeah, it might have been more than that. Thank you. Well, there's 5 options in relation to the structure, I think. But regardless, you know, I think it's important that we join with the other councils. Geelong, for example, while not making a specific extra financial contribution, providing office space, secretarial support and so forth, worth a lot of money. And Surf Coast and Queenscliff are paying what they used to pay, and I recommend that we do the same thing.
Thanks, Councillor Potter. Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mayor White. It was just interesting reading up the next part of the agenda item where we've got the delegation to Spring Street from G21. And we talked within that, Councillor Potter, as the attendee there, talked about the value of that event and the contact it gave to the direct contact to the politicians that we would not have had without that G21 support. So that's just another example. Now, I don't have all the details that other councillors have about G21. All I have seen is some of the big ticket items that have come through, which is support. And back at the time when we accepted the motion to pay the amount of that 47,000, as Councillor Potter pointed out, there were about half a dozen options put to us. And the key ones were they started from the base or up to that, and there was significant discussion through it. This motion's put as if it's black and white, one or the other. That's not the way. There was a lot of discussion through all of that meeting, and as a result of that very detailed discussion, we ended up at the figure we have now. So it wasn't made nilly-willy, it wasn't just a chuck away money, it was made with consideration and support of the information at the time, and that information has not changed. So I actually don't see the need to change this at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Arnott. Right of reply, Councillor Hanson.
Yeah, I will just reiterate that the officer recommendation was the 28,500 after consideration of everything. It's councillors who decided to pay the extra money. For 4 councillors, 5 councillors, whatever it was. I can't remember. I think Councillor Finnegan wasn't in the room. There's no discussion that we can't go on the delegation to Spring Street. No discussion that we'd be missing out on anything whatsoever. No discussion about leaving G21. Nothing like that. It's business as usual. But G21 as an organisation has to be more streamlined, just like everybody else with their budget, just like council with their budget, just like the average mum and dad at their home at the moment has to make changes to their budget. So sort of this discussion that, oh, G21's going to be, crumbling, or this is, that we're going to miss out on going to Spring Street. Not the case whatsoever. None of that is, absolutely none of that's on the table. We'll be going to... Golden Plains are going to Spring Street. Geelong are going to Spring Street. It's not just Surf Coast and Queenscliff off to Spring Street. So any discussion that we'd be missing out on things just, isn't fact. That's not what was that was not discussed. I very much appreciated the Chair and Deputy Chair saying they understood that budgets are tight and that they would not ask for us to retain our funding. And I think that's hence why we ended up with the officer recommendation. I do fear that this will fail, but I can just say to the community, I tried. I tried to redirect more money into things that, you know, Councillor Finnegan, he makes a great example, even as something as simple as going into the grants, oversubscribed or well-subscribed grants project where we just get a multiplier for our community. You know, it would have been great to have an extra 20 grand in there, but no, councillors are deciding that G21 don't have to do what the rest of us are doing. You know, sort of really have a good hard look at things, but I do support G21 and, you know, I do hope councillors change their mind and support it, support this rescission motion, but I fear, you know, like it's, that won't be the case.
Thanks, Councillor Hanson. Councillors, I'll now call for a vote in relation to the rescission motion. All those in favour? All those against? Division or rescission? Lost 3-4. Division. All those in favour? Councillor Hanson, Councillor Costin, Councillor Finnegan. All those against? Councillor Hart, Councillor Potter, Councillor White, Councillor Arnott. Thank you, councillors. I think that brings us to the end of the meeting.
Can I just thank Councillor Potter for his report on the
Item 10.2.
item 10.2.
Delegation report. Thank
yes,
you.
on G21 Spring Street delegation report. It's excellent to see that feedback on what happened there and gives us plenty of food for thought as we move forward. But thank you for that report.
Yes, it was good, gave us a really good overview of what happened. Councillor Finnegan, would you like to say something?
Yeah, and I'd like to echo Councillor Costin's point. That I guess that now G21, we've confirmed that G21's getting the extra 18.5 grand that G21 will be able to pay the toll to get to Spring Street, because apparently it costs an extra 18.5 grand. So
The toll. That could be interpreted in many ways. Thank you. Anyone else wish to say no thank you to Councillor Potter? Councillors, are there any items of urgent business? No items of urgent business. Councillors, we have no confidential items for a closed session. Thank you, councillors. It's been a long night, a long day, and again, thank you for calm and respectful debate and acknowledging that we all have different views. Thank you.